हेलो 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 हेलो। चलो भाई कंटिन्यू करते हैं आउटर वर्ल्ड्स। मुनार्क प्लेनेट पे आतंक मचाएंगे आज। अभी कहाँ पे हूँ मैं? अभी उसकी लैब पे ही हूँ। अच्छा तो ऐसा करता हूँ, ग्राउंड ब्रेकर चले जाता हूँ पहले। वेपन उठा लूँगा ग्राउंड ब्रेकर से
We've
पहले।
arrived at the groundbreaker. Remember that you are not insured.
This is Halcyon News. We interrupt your regularly scheduled advertisement for the following story.
Mobilizing silent scrubbers. Sterling is this unit's middle name.
Here we go! That was fun! Bullseye! You got him! I'll get him! I got another fight me.
मार दिया भाई। रिपेयर हैंगर की कार्ड, ये कहाँ से मिलेगा? अच्छा ये रहा।
Disorder is displeasing. Order will be achieved.
ये मिला। क्या हुआ इससे? हेलो अभी भाई, कैसे हो? वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। हेलो प्रो गेमर। अरे क्या बात है भाई, आज प्रो बोल दिया। दक्षिण से, दक्षिण नहीं उल्टी, पता नहीं कौन से डायरेक्शन से निकलता है सूरज। जहाँ से भी निकलता है उसके उल्टी तरफ से निकला है आज शायद। हेलो फैज़ भाई, कैसे हो? वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। यो यो यो। क्या करना था मुझे? अच्छा, सीला, सीला मैं सोच रहा हूँ बाद में जाऊँ, पहले मोनार्क चले जाता हूँ। मोनार्क, ये रहा। मोनार्क में दो जगह, अपने को स्टेलर पे जाना है ना। पश्चिम से निकलता है, हाँ तो दक्षिण से
We are
निकला
now
आज।
in orbit above
तभी
Stellar
इन्होंने
Bay,
आज मेरे को
Captain.
प्रो बोल दिया।
No blockade is a match for my piloting skills.
अच्छा, स्टेलर पे किस किस का मिशन था? एक तो मेन क्वेस्ट वाला, और ये दोनों सीला पे हैं। ये भी स्टेलर पे का है। ये स्टेलर पे मोनार्क, ये भी मोनार्क का ही है। विकार को लेके जाना पड़ेगा ना साथ में, तो विकार और उसको ले लेता हूँ, एली और विकार। चलो, सूरज ही तो नहीं निकल रहा महीने से, टू कोल्ड। अरे भाई, एक दो दिन पहले ही तगड़ा सूरज निकला था भाई दिल्ली में, तो धूप ही धूप, धूप ही धूप, इतनी धूप हो गई थी। और उस दिन मैं बाहर भी गया था घूमने, जब धूप निकली, ओ भाई पसीने आ गए थे। हाँ भाई, क्वेश्चन तो नहीं है तुम पे कोई?
Something on your mind?
I could spend hours reflecting on the secret workings of the universe. Little else in
हेलो
this
विक
hour
भाई,
was such
कैसे
a
हो? वेलकम टू द
relaxing
स्ट्रीम।
pastime. So, tell me what's on your mind. I excel at confessional listening.
तेरे पे भी नहीं है, चल, किसी पे कोई डायलॉग नहीं है भाई। ये येलो येलो मुझे ही दिख रहा है, ये है ही ये येलो येलो पूरा। यहाँ से जंप तो लगानी नहीं होगी, लिफ्ट है क्या ये? अरे सही नहीं। समथिंग ऑन योर माइंड।
Hey, hold on there. I gotta sign you in.
ग्रिम।
Don't think I've seen you around. That means you must be new to
नूब
Stellar Bay.
विक।
You are new here, right?
रे भाई, क्या बोला इसने? डोंट थिंक आई हैव सीन यू अराउंड, दैट मींस यू मस्ट बी न्यू टू स्टेलर बे, यू आर न्यू हियर, व्हाटएवर, यू सीम सरप्राइज्ड।
You must have seen those UDL gunships on your way in.
ना,
There's only 3 of them these days. Still, they tend to scare folk off. You may not have heard, you being new, but Stellar Bay hardly ever gets off-road traffic, us being cut off by the board and all. Which means I never get to do this part, but I've been practicing, so here goes. On behalf of Monarch Stellar Industries, welcome to Stellar Bay, home of the freshest sal tuna in Halcyon. Please state your name for the records.
एलेक्स हॉथॉर्न तो नहीं, आई प्रेफर टू ट्रैवल डिस्क्रीटली। कैप्टन साहिल भाई।
Well, there's one for the logs. I'm even gonna give you your own entry code.
बढ़िया
I'm not
बढ़िया।
supposed to do that. It's against procedure, but Mr. Sanjar isn't so strict about the rules here.
सांजार।
Besides, I got a lot of empty entries to fill.
Is Stellar Bay really that isolated? You are not what I expected to find on Monarch.
Oh, that'll just make Mr. Sanjar's day if you tell him. The board makes up lots of nasty stories about raptidons and cannibals and whatnot.
अभी जा अपना काम कर,
But
तू
that's
है
all
कौन?
outside our walls.
कौन
Mostly.
फालतू बोल रहा है? और अभी भाई कैसन बा स्पोनीज विक फालतू बोल रहा। हाय गाइस, आई एम इन फ्रांस बैंगिंग। अरे भाई ये क्या बातें कर रहे हो भाई? घर पे बताना पड़ेगा।
We don't get ship traffic in town. Only off-worlders who do make it out here are sublight. They got a base in Fallbrook. And thank the stars for them, or we would have run out of Rizzo's Purple Berry Crunch years ago.
Are you saying the board's been lying about this place?
Oh, sure. They make Stellar Bay sound like a rotten place, but
मेरे
it's
ख्याल
not
से
so
मेन
bad.
बॉस ना बोर्ड ही
Get a good
होगा
breeze going,
जो भी
and
बोर्ड
sulfur
में है।
smell mostly covers up the fishy smell.
Ah, the nostalgic stench of home. Can't say I miss the day-to-day of living in Edgewater.
Anyway, Mr. Sanjar's got lots to say on that subject. Kinda goes over my head, though. Mr. Sanjar will be mighty pleased to meet you. If you see him over at headquarters, maybe you could tell him I did a bang-up job of welcoming you?
Bang up job।
And if you're headed that way, maybe you could do me a favor?
क्या फेवर है
I
भाई?
got this Rizzo's Rangers tossball poster coming in on the next sublight shipment, signed by the Black Hole himself. Only I haven't heard anything in a while. You think you could check with Celia to see if it's come in?
Who's the black hole?
That's Bertie Holcomb, only one of the greatest tossball hackers ever. Everyone's heard of him, even on Monarch. We still get some of the games. You've been living in a sulfur pit or something?
एक मिनट आया, मैं पानी पी के गले में कुछ हो गया। साहिल चल मॉड बना, सुपर मॉड। अरे मॉड की ज़रूरत है ही नहीं अभी मुझे। और पता है मेरे को ये भी पता चला कि मॉड के ना वॉच आवर्स काउंट नहीं होते मॉड्स के। एक स्ट्रीमर ने बताया था, उस बंदे ने अपने वॉच आवर्स कंप्लीट कराने के लिए अपने सारे चैनल के मॉड हटा दिए थे भाई। सर आई वॉन्ट टू सुपर चैट यू एंड बिकम योर मेंबर। कैसे करूं? अच्छा, सुपर चैट करके आपको मेंबर भी बनना है? उसके लिए तो भाई 1 साल वेट करना पड़ेगा।
You're real funny. Guess I don't feel so bad for missing what goes on in the rest of Stellar
कौन
Bay.
चूंटिया स्ट्रीमर है ये? सब काउंट होता है, सब काउंट होता है तो उसने हटा क्यों दिए थे भाई? वो तो यही बोल रहा था। उसके 3-4 हज़ार सब्सक्राइबर थे, वैलोरेंट खेलता है वो, प्रोफेशनल प्लेयर है वैलोरेंट का। वही बोल रहा था स्ट्रीम पे।
I couldn't really say, I'm just a fan of the game. But the fancy collector types say the more people see these things, the less valuable they are. And I figure my poster's been passed around by more than a few people by now. Thanks a bunch. Celia works for Mr. Sanjar in the MSI building next to the bar. She's always there, so you can't miss it.
चलो भाई, सेल कर दो कुछ। 2 की वॉचिंग पे खेलता होगा तभी ऐसी बातें कर रहा, वो चार्ज नहीं बढ़ रहे होंगे उसके। 2 की वॉचिंग ही नहीं, उसकी 200-300 की वॉचिंग आती है। क्या बात कर दिया आपने। प्रो प्लेयर है वैलोरेंट का, इंडिया की किसी ऑर्ग में है वो, अच्छी खासी वॉचिंग आती है उसको।
What are the chances of all the times and places we could have been
सोचो
born?
19 साल का है वो, बस
Yeah.
19 साल का, 19 साल
We're
में
here,
वो प्रो चला
light
गया।
years from Earth, going about our lives.
Every time the punch clock peels, a worker
ये
earns
कौन है
his meals.
बेनेट?
Laws. Can't a man enjoy the smooth menthol flavor of a Stogie Slim in peace? What I am doing, sir, is enjoying the moment. It's so rare that I can seize one apart from the jabbering masses of this wretched place.
What are you talking about? Your neighbors probably aren't missing your company either.
This law's forgotten town.
3K सब
Cut off from the rest of
3K
the
सब
colony.
में
Removed
300
from
की
any
वॉचिंग।
culture. I
हाँ तो ठीक
recall
तो
when
है।
Stellar Bay was a proper
इसमें क्या दिक्कत है?
board-affiliated town with regular shipments of Auntie Cleo's best and all the cereals.
लोगों के 10, 20 हजार,
Sanjar
30
took
हजार,
over
50 हजार सब
MSI
वो
and got
रखे होते हैं,
herself
उनकी
booted.
खुद 100-200 की वॉचिंग आती है। 3K सबसे में 300 की वॉचिंग तो फिर भी ठीक है। आई रिकॉल व्हेन स्टिल वाज अ प्रॉपर आंटी क्लियो। अच्छा आंटी क्लियोस के बिजनेस वाले बंदे हैं क्या ये?
Days of consumption and culture. When we weren't squabbling with the iconoclasts for lack of better things to do. Look, you're making me melancholy. Is there something you wanted?
लगता है इसका डायलॉग बाद में आएगा। हेलो ऋतिक भाई, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। बिल्कुल ठीक नहीं है, चैनल का नाम बता। चैनल का नाम है क्या नाम था चैनल का? टेक्नो नाम है, टेक्नो। TR टेक्नो नाम है शायद, TR स्पेस टेक्नो, आई थिंक यही है। वैलोरेंट प्रो है वो। अब तो 500 सब पे सुपर चैट का ऑप्शन खुल जाता है, उसके लिए 500 सब भी तो होने चाहिए। यहाँ तो भाई 1 महीने में 1 सब्सक्राइबर बढ़ता है। भाई चुरा लूँगा, देख लेंगे। तो ये कौन है? ये भी रेजिडेंट ही है। मगुएर।
Well, well. Isn't often we see new folk in Stellar Bay. First drink's on me, stranger.
I'll pass. Thanks। दे दे भाई, दे दे।
Enjoy. If you
You
plan
have
on
gained
sitting through
0G
Nyoka's
brew।
stories,
इसमें
you
ड्रिंक
might
का
could
नाम
use
0G
a
है,
few.
0G।
I could use
0G
if you were telling him
कहीं
myself.
कहीं सुन रखा है मैंने, पता
What
नहीं
can I
किसी
do
का तो
for you?
डायलॉग था 0G। पता नहीं, दिमाग में मेरे को डायलॉग तो याद आ रहा है वो 0G, पर याद नहीं आ रहा बोला किसने है। How well do you know Nyoka?
Anyone who spends any amount of time in this bar is bound to get to know Nyoka, on account of her being here so often herself. And I don't mean that unkindly. Anyone who's rid us of as many beasts as you have is entitled to a few drinks. Something else I can do for you?
You said you are not used to seeing new faces around here.
Not since Amber Heights. These days we have more leaving than coming. Off to join the iconoclasts or some such.
What happened to Amber Heights? अभी ये Amber Heights क्या चीज़ आ गई भाई? तो भाई इतने सारे नाम है, मैं भूल जाता हूँ।
Bunch of marauders broke into the executive compound, slaughtered everyone. Corporations pulled out of Monarch not long after. I thought everyone knew. But then that was 10 years ago.
अरे ये स्टार्ट
Still
हुआ
feels
है
fresh
अभी,
to us
इसके
every time we
सबसे
look at our
जल्दी,
walls, though.
इसके सबसे बहुत जल्दी बढ़ेंगे। इसका सीन अलग है, चेक किया मैंने। हाँ तो मैं अभी तो वही बोला, बंदा बढ़िया है भाई, बंदे को मॉनिटर ही सोचो, क्या कहते हैं, 35,000 का है, 35,000 का। माउस 10,000 या 15,000 का। कीबोर्ड भी उतने का ही होगा, आसपास का ही। मतलब सारी जो चीज़ें हैं ना उस पे, एक्सेसरीज वगैरह सब सब प्रोफेशनल ही हैं, जो प्रोफेशनली यूज़ होती हैं भाई। मतलब फुल डेडिकेटेड है वो बंदा। अपना कॉलेज भी वो ओपन से कर रहा है, मतलब उसको जाने ही स्पोर्ट्स में ही है, ऐसा सीन है उसका। और 19 साल का है वो, अभी सोचो 19 साल में।
But it had a fancy ring to it. Name's the first advertising anyone sees, after all. Nope. But a man can dream.
क्वेस्ट आइटम नहीं है इस पे। चलो भाई, अपने को तो इससे बात करना है ना, नियो का।
And the little bastard's slippery, right? On account of its blood, so it's sliding all over the place, trying to crawl away. Getting so I can't tell the blood from the mud.
कौन स्टार्ट हुआ है अभी? कौन स्टार्ट हुआ है? अरे एक यूट्यूबर है, उसको देखता हूँ मैं कभी कभी, उसका गेम प्ले बढ़िया लगता है मुझे। अरे भाई, तू ऐसा बोल रहा था कि इसके सिर्फ 3 के सब्स हैं और इसको इतनी वॉचिंग आती है, इसने स्टार्ट किया है इसीलिए लेस है, इसके तो काउंट बढ़ रहा है। हाँ तो पूरी बात नहीं बोली होगी, पर 3 के सब्स के आसपास तो है ना। मैंने यही तो बोला कि 3 के सब्स हैं और उसकी इतनी वॉचिंग आती है, यही तो बोला। और ये थोड़ा ना बोला मैंने कि वो बहुत सालों से 3 के सब्स पर अटका पड़ा है पर उसकी इतनी वॉचिंग आ रही है, थोड़ा ना बोला था मैंने। मैं करवा दूंगा 500 सब्स, पर उससे व्यूज़ नहीं आएंगे, सब्स हो जाएंगे। भाई क्या भाई, सब बॉट लगाओगे क्या? फ़ायदा थोड़ना है उससे, बॉट वॉट से कुछ फ़ायदा नहीं है भाई। मैंने बहुत लोगों को बॉट लगाते हुए देखा है, कुछ फ़ायदा नहीं हुआ, उनका चैनल और डाउन हो गया बल्कि लगा के। 19 साल में ही सेट होते हैं ई स्पोर्ट्स में, 30 साल में नहीं। क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई? इंडिया के अंदर ई स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर, अच्छा आपको ई स्पोर्ट्स का भी सीन नहीं पता ना इंडिया में? एफपीएस गेम्स का, टेकन का नहीं बोल रहा मैं, एफपीएस गेम्स का बोल रहा हूँ। एफपीएस गेम्स में अगर आप देखोगे इंडिया के अंदर सारे एज्ड लोग ही हैं, मतलब 25 से ऊपर ही हैं ज़्यादातर प्लेयर्स जो प्रोफेशनली खेल रहे हैं वैलोरेंट में।
Don't interrupt. It's rude. But I gotta
इस
get
बंदे
you
ने
in.
18 साल का होते ही
Right
ऑर्ग
in
ज्वाइन
that
कर लिया था,
wrap
अब ये
stomach.
19 साल का
Dig
है।
it out. If so much as
मतलब
a
भाई
drop
सही
of
है।
stomach acid got on that medallion, shit, I don't know what I'd do.
अबे शट अप, गेम
Might
खेल।
be I'd hunt every damn rapt out
भाई
there.
मैं तो खेल ही रहा हूँ गेम।
Right. What are you
गेम
staring
खेलो,
at?
कोई एक्शन सीन दिखाओ। अरे इसके अंदर
Come
एक्शन सीन है
around
ही
here.
नहीं, डायलॉग ही
Who are
डायलॉग है बस
you?
मेनली, और एक्सप्लोरेशन है। एक्शन सीन में क्या, 1-2 गोली चला दो बंदे मर जाएंगे, और क्या। आई एम साहिल।
Ooh, charmer. Don't get a lot of that around here. Folks mostly grump at me about how I should join the MSI payroll. Nice change of pace. Buy me a drink, will you?
अबे नूब, दैट्स बिकॉज दे ऑल वुड हैव स्टार्टेड यंग, नाउ दे आर 25 और सो। अरे तो वो तो होता ही है, अब मैं भी तो पहले से ही खेलता हुआ आ रहा हूँ, ये तो ना कि मैंने एकदम से शुरू कर दी। ये है कि वो 18 का होते ही ज्वाइन हो गया था। ऑर्ग मैं बोल रहा हूँ, ऑर्ग जो सैलरी देती है उसकी बात कर रहा हूँ मैं, खेलने की बात नहीं कर रहा बस। अनदर राउंड लगा भाई तू।
Outstanding. What are you doing in Stellar Base,
अबे
stranger?
अबे 2 कार्ट्रिज चले गई मेरी। अच्छा इसको पिला दी क्या मैंने? अबे मैं अपने लिए लगवा रहा है, इसने पी ली। आई एम टोल्ड, क्या बोल लिया? व्हाट आर यू डूइंग इन स्टेलर बे स्ट्रेंजर? आई एम टोल्ड यू कैन हेल्प मी फाइंड एन इन्फॉर्मेशन ब्रोकर। हाँ
Well. Let's get down to brass nuts then, shall we? Wait, that ain't it. Brass rats? Let's talk business. I'm headed back out there after I sober up. You want a guide sooner than that? You have to get me something to clear
Sober.
my head.
Sure, what do you need? I'm not in the mood to fetch things. How much time do you need? चल यार बता तू,
Outstanding.
मूड अच्छा
Our
रखो इसका
dispensary
जरा।
here maintains a stock of, well, I don't rightly know what they are. Steroid or caffeine somethings? Pills. They're very good. I'm cut off for the month on account of needing one just about every damn day. But I'm sure you've got your wily ways. Fetch me one and we'll be all set.
And if I can't get a steroid, you mean caffeinoid?
Well, they work. We got a deal or what?
Get Neoka's medicine from the MSI dispensary. चलो भाई डिस्पेंसरी चलो इसके लिए अब। वो बॉट सबस नहीं होंगे, रियल आईडी से होंगे, बट रैंडम पीपल हैं।
Velma seem out of sorts to you?
She's always cranky.
तेरी आवाज आज घोड़े जैसी क्यों लग रही है? घोड़े जैसी लग रही है मतलब ऐसे कैसे? समझ नहीं आया भाई। को देख तो नहीं रहा ना इधर।
If Velma's capable of running the warehouse, she can certainly pick up her own caffeinoid. Hello, dearie. Why, I don't believe I've seen
ये
you
बुढ़िया सारी
before.
डेयरी
And
बोलती है
with
भाई यहाँ
sweet
पे।
cheeks like those, I'd remember.
Quite the bedside manner, lady.
Well, it's so rare I get the pleasure of new company. What can Auntie Abigail do for you?
Auntie Abigail. Who's Velma?
She works over at the fishery next door. Quite the hard worker, but she's got a bit of a temper.
Temper.
Why, just the other day, I heard her shouting from here. I can't imagine what set her off. Oh, but here I go again, running my mouth when it's none of my business. Was there something else you needed?
Are you in charge of handing out medicine?
Yes, indeed. Someone's got to keep Stellar Bay's people healthy and energized. Oh, but I am. I get to
कैसे
keep
बातें कर
plenty of
रही
my
है ये?
neighbors
seduce करना
here,
चाहती हो?
And I do dearly love a little gossip.
I've been asked to pick up medicine, some kind of caffeine or steroids.
And what a helpful young man you are. Nothing like a little
हमको तो
pill
पता है ना
to
caffeine और
liven up
चाहिए।
the spirits.
Whiskey helps too.
Please leave medical advice to the professionals. Now, dearie, who's this pickup for?
अच्छा शायद बताना सही नहीं रहेगा, ये देगी नहीं शायद नियोका को है। ये कर देता
I'm
हूँ।
so sorry, but with the iconoclasts and the marauder filth chasing away what little trade we get, I'm afraid I have to reserve my supply for Stellar Bay residents. Our reserves have gotten so low,
अबे
I've even had to start locking the supply room upstairs. Isn't it a shame what some people will do to get a little extra?
गलत डायलॉग चूज कर लिया लगता है ना।
Isn't it just? I'd make an exception for you if I could, my little cherub. Is there anyone else needing a special pickup from Auntie Abigail?
नियोका।
Oh, her. It's none of my business, but I have told her Dr. Williams would bump up her monthly allotment if only she'd join MSI. Contribute like the rest of us. Now I've gone and said too much. And you know me, dearie. I don't like to pry.
When can Niyoka? Doesn't anyone else on Monarch have caffeinoid?
If so, I would love to know where. Sublight supplies don't come cheap.
I'd hope not. Fleecing's the mark of a real professional.
Believe me, there's nothing I'd love better than to help you. But there's not much I can do. Dr. Williams managed the town's allotments from his terminal upstairs. Even I can't access them.
I thought you were in charge around here, auntie. You sure ought to be. Enough sweet talk. Get me caffeinated or you gonna test you. Intimidate करूँ क्या? Persuade, intimidate.
Oh, you flatter an old woman. Me, I'm just here to be a pretty face for the customers. And to keep an extra key to the supply room for all the times Dr. Williams misplaced his. Careless experimentation with medicinal substances does take its toll eventually.
But until then, it's lots of fun.
Episodic pharmacological delirium is no laughing matter, young lady.
Intimidate करके देखो क्या?
In the town graveyard, I'm afraid. Poor man was always searching for the flower of enlightenment. On the way, he tried some rather daring substance combinations. The graveyard's near the southern ruins. You're certainly welcome to pay our respects, but the bodies tend to attract beasties. Do be careful. I'd hate for anything
Search
to
Dr.
happen
Williams'
to
body.
you, dearie. Chin up, dearie.
चलो उसकी बॉडी देखते हैं फिर.
If Velma's capable of running the warehouse, she can certainly stop her own caffeinoid.
Wrap musk and canidized, right here.
Please, will someone help me? My boy's in trouble.
क्या हो गया?
Oh, thank you for stopping. Everyone acts like nothing's wrong, like my little boy isn't at risk of being eaten by some vile creature. Please, you have to help me get my little Tucker back. He ran away and is going to get himself killed. Oh, I just know a raptidon is melting him with acid as we speak. It's more dissolving than melting. That is not helpful.
Your child is missing.
Don't you tell me to calm down. I promised my boy I'd protect
Viewer
him
point
for
of view
always.
से बोरिंग लग रही
How
है.
can I keep him
हाँ क्योंकि
safe if
RPG
he's
गेम है
run
ना.
away?
RPG गेम
Found
तो
out in the
व्यूअर्स
wilderness a few days
को
ago.
बोरिंग ही
I
लगती हैं
warned
क्योंकि
him about the raptidons
डायलॉग्स
and
डायलॉग्स
antelopes
इतने
and
होते हैं
lots
कि
of
लोगों को
toxic
एक्शन देखना
chemicals
पसंद
and
है,
poisonous
एक्सप्लोरेशन देखना
plants.
पसंद है,
But
पर
he didn't listen.
डायलॉग्स में बोर हो जाते हैं सब.
Please, won't you
तो
go
खेलने
and
वाले को ही
find
मज़ा आता है,
my
डायलॉग
boy?
सेलेक्ट करने पर देखने वाला तो बोर हो जाता है. अब देखा नहीं जब मैंने स्ट्रेंजर, क्या नाम था उस गेम का, स्ट्रेंजर थिंग्स, नहीं लाइफ इज स्ट्रेंज खेली थी, वो भी ऐसी थी, वो भी डायलॉग वाली थी पूरी. पर ये आरपीजी गेम है, इसमें ओपन वर्ल्ड आरपीजी है ना, पर इसमें भी डायलॉग ही डायलॉग है ज़्यादातर. वॉन्ट यू गो एंड फाइंड माई बॉय, आई विल हेल्प यू. डिड यू से देयर वाज अ रिवॉर्ड? अच्छा रिवॉर्ड देगी है.
Well, I guess I can't ask you to leave the town walls for free. It is deathly dangerous out there. I've got some bits saved up for a rainy day.
खेलने वाले को
I'll
मज़ा
give you
आता है.
every
मुझे
last one.
इसे
You
देख
just
के मास
bring
इफेक्ट
my
की याद
Tucker
आ
back
गई.
to me.
हाँ
I won't
एक
even be mad
एक
at
वो है
you.
ना मास
You
इफेक्ट
tell him I won't be
एंड्रोमेडा,
mad.
वो भी आरपीजी है ना मेरे ख्याल से.
Thank you. Oh, I know he'll be safe now that someone's able to fetch
तो
him
वो भी
home.
ऐसी है, वो भी स्पेस आरपीजी है, ये
You
भी
look
स्पेस
for him in
आरपीजी
Amber
है.
Heights, you hear? It's down the road southwest of town. I'm sure he made it that far. I just know it. And if you find any of them iconoclasts indoctrinating my boy, you punch them in the mouths. Tell them what I think of them luring little boys away from their mamas. It's immoral.
चल जिम जा, चल लीविंग नोटिस दे और निकल. हाँ प्रैक्टिस मोड लगा. प्रैक्टिस मोड टेकन थोड़ा ना चल रही है, प्रैक्टिस मोड कौन सा लगाऊं. बट मास इफेक्ट फर्स्ट 3 ट्रायोलॉजी इज अ मास्टरपीस. हाँ अरे भाई आप चिंता मत करो, मैं भाई मैं इसलिए तो पता है मल्टीप्लेयर गेम्स नहीं खेलना चाहता ऑन स्ट्रीम, क्योंकि मल्टीप्लेयर गेम्स तो मैं मज़े मज़े में ऑफ स्ट्रीम खेलते ही रहता हूँ। अगर मैं ऑन स्ट्रीम भी खेल लूँगा ना तो मेरा जो स्टोरी है ना वो एक दिन पीछे छूट जाएगी। तो मैं चाहता हूँ कि ना मैं सारी स्टोरी मोड गेम्स कंप्लीट कर डालूँ भाई, मतलब जितनी जितनी मेरे पीसी में चल सकती हैं फ़िलहाल के लिए। क्योंकि पहले मैं मेरे पास लैपटॉप था तो लैपटॉप में गेम्स चलती नहीं थी, मतलब सारी नहीं चलती थी स्टोरी मोड, पर इसमें तो मैं चला ही सकता हूँ। तो ये है, इसलिए मैं स्ट्रीम पे ओनली स्टोरी मोड खेलता हूँ। सही है भाई, चिल मारता हूँ फुल, कोई टॉक्सिसिटी नहीं मल्टीप्लेयर गेम की तरह। वे तो लड़े ही जा रहे हैं, ये कहाँ से आ गए? चलो भाई यहाँ कुछ नहीं है। रेप्टिफोबिया -1 रिजेक्ट करो भाई।
I wonder what secrets these ruins contain.
Think they left anything good behind?
Here they come.
भाई मर रखा है ये तो डॉक्टर।
Never anger a man of the cloth.
अबे यार एक तो ये पॉइजन छोड़ते हैं।
I'm going. My kind of.
चल टेकन 8 गिफ्ट कर, चल टेकन 7 सेशन बना। बॉडी कहाँ गई सी? अपुन आज RE3 रीमेक लाइव करेगा। RE3 रीमेक, अच्छा वो वाली जिसमें वो लड़की है मेन कैरेक्टर, जिसके छोटे छोटे बाल हैं, नाम भूल गया मैं उस लड़की का। R4 बोला था 3 करोगे। छी, ओरिजिनल RE3 नेमेसिस मेरे बचपन का प्यार है पहले वो। अच्छा, अब तो रीमेक चलाओगे हैं अल्ट्रा पे। चलो भाई रूम की मिल गई, फास्ट ट्रैवल मार लेता हूँ। बचपन का प्यार की बात अलग होती होती पत्ती पैक, क्या पत्ती पैक? जिल वैलेंटाइन, हाँ यही नाम है उसका। सही है सही है।
Oh, it does work. I bought some messages to cover up the saltiness.
Trust me, this is
चलो भाई न्यूका के पास। अबे ये कौन है? फ्रेडरिक हॉलस्टेड।
Velma's gonna be extra cranky if she doesn't get her caffeinoid.
Ah, the charmer. Welcome back.
सुपर मॉड बना। चल एक काम करना है, सर्वर पे एक लड़की सही लग रही है मुझे। हैं भाई क्या करोगे भाई, सब डेड हैं भाई सर्वर पे।
someone who's never had any fun.
Exactly. See? I'm glad someone on your crew's got some sensible, got her head on straight.
पैशन पिल्स नशा कर रही है.
Ooh, that hits the spot. Right in the, oh, no, there it is. There it is. Yes. We're in business. Let's go.
That was fast. I gotta see about stocking some on the ship.
अच्छा इससे इसका
You be
नशा उतर
careful.
गया.
The first one's free. After that, they'll offer you gainful employment.
Not looking for company on the road. Just tell me how to reach. अच्छा ये मेरी क्रू ज्वाइन कर लेगी क्या? कर ले
Great.
फिर.
Where to?
Let's find the information broker.
Oh, Hiram? I ain't checked in on that man in an age. He's running the giant radio tower we lovingly call Devil's Peak. We'll be going south and west, mostly along the road till we're past Fallbrook. Out there, there's a western slope that'll lead us through some fun. You like hunting, right? That's fun. If you're more of a spelunker, Rotting River will take you into the mountain caverns. We can discuss options when we get closer. That said, 3's already a crowd. I don't mind waiting somewhere until you got a spot open.
I've got a ship at the docking bay if you want to wait there. Ellie, wait on the ship. We need Nuka's help for now. इसको भेज नहीं है, इसको साथ में रखता हूँ ना अभी. और विकर भी मेरे को अभी चाहिए. एली को भेज देता हूँ.
Mighty big gun you got there. I'm looking forward to seeing you use it.
चलो भाई ये भी क्रू में आ गई अपने. न्योका.
Stellar Bay had a vicar once. He took it upon himself to convince Graham's folk to come back to the corporate fold. Kept making the trip between the city and Amber Heights by foot. Kept getting himself into all sorts of scrapes. Day came when I found a book of his in the middle of a raft encampment. And still gripping it, too.
The plan unfolds as the plan unfolds. To vicar and layman alike.
स्किल्स बढ़ा लूँ अपनी. डायलॉग की बढ़ा लो. स्टेल्थ बढ़ा लो. पिकर मैक्स का क्या आ रहा है? पर्क क्या बढ़ाऊँ इसका? ये डालता हूँ. न्योका. अरे भाई क्या चला रही है ये लाइट मशीन गन. इसको हेलमेट बना देता हूँ. हो गया.
What's up?
उनको बस एक फिंगर की जरूरत है, वापस एक्टिव हो जाएंगी. भाई क्या बातें चल रही हैं ये. बीसी 3 बंदे बैठे हुए हैं. तेरी एक की वॉचिंग क्यों दिखा रहा है? क्या पता भाई, यूट्यूब ऐसे ही करता है भाई. क्या ही बोले अब. ग्लिच गैम्बल साहिल का गॉड स्किल्स. शांत हो जा. Can I ask you something? You might head into the ship for a bit. I'm sure you all got the manners.
What's with the pleasantries? You want to know something? Just ask.
What made you choose the hunter life?
I didn't. I was born into security detail. And when the corporations abandoned this place, I stayed.
अच्छा. Born into.
I mean, I wasn't sent off to school like I should have been. I was born here and my parents kept me. Raised under the monarch sky. Been breathing sulfur since I knew how to smell it. This place is all I know. I don't have a single spot I call home. Wherever I can sit in peace with a bottle is good enough for me. But yes, I've always been on Monarch. It ain't exactly easy to hitch a ride off planet, Captain. Besides, I hear Terra 2's all corporate. The way folks talk about the board and their ilk, think I prefer the beasts. In a sense. My parents took off when the corporations did. I took to companionship with a few friends here for a time, but those days are long past. No, we weren't close. And before you ask, there ain't a story.
अरे एक
We just
स्पॉनिस
never saw
करके
eye to
चैनल
eye
है,
with
वहाँ
corporations.
फ्रेंड्स से
Just a part of the
लड़की
time.
आती है.
It's fine.
हैं? ये कौन सा चैनल है भाई?
Good. Sure. Yeah, at first we all thought it was about damn time. I don't know if you've noticed, but Monarch ain't exactly easy on the spirit.
I like
Then it got
French.
uglier than a rat
Fries.
eating a sour grape. In fairness, there wasn't a right answer. There wasn't a protocol for get the hell off this planet. Or if there was, nobody followed it. Everything that could have gone wrong did. Townships were promised evac shuttles that never came. Overland routes were attacked by marauders and wildlife. Supplies went missing. Our equipment started corroding on account
अरे
of sulfur
भाई,
in the air. It was a
मिस्टर
fine
विक को
mess.
टाइम आउट दे दिया. मिस्टर स्पॉन अभी ने. क्या बात भाई? ऐसा क्या बोल दिया? अच्छा इस पे बोला, इस पे टाइम आउट दिया क्या? स्पॉनीस करके चैनल वाले. Would it have been better if they stayed?
I don't know. But at least we'd have money to back us up. Supply shipments. Food that we don't have to hunt down. Look at MSI. They're getting along fine.
Hello Vix.
I have to think the corps could have made it
Spanies.
work if they'd reprioritized. I'm not sure we need anything, Cap. We've had our growing pains, to be sure, but here we are. Still alive, still fighting. Long as nobody goes around trying to dismantle the whole thing, I think we'll be fine. Progress requires structure. Nobody's gonna build a sewer pipe or a road if they don't got a boss telling them to. The bureaucracy's necessary. Sure. Then the next time they want to build a road, they'll charge tolls to recoup the costs. Then they'll hire someone to help them build another. Before you know it, they've got themselves a staff. Pay checks, seminars on the best road building standards and practices. It always happens eventually, Captain. May as well embrace it. What's up?
चला गया.
I took a job once to clear out a rap nest. Partnered up with a fellow out of Fallbrook who called himself Dirty
कोई भी
Don.
तक ना ऐसा बॉस भी नहीं मिला
Bit on
मेरे
the
को जो
shorter
मतलब
side.
एकदम तगड़ा हो,
Had a penchant
मारने में
for
हालत खराब हो
cars.
जाए.
Thing is, he introduces himself and the man is immaculate, clean. He had a flowery presence to him, a pleasantness that didn't invade your space. He was just there and you were glad for it. I wouldn't believe it myself had I not met the man. But when we got to the nest, I found out firsthand. Dirty Don killed those raptidons with his bare hands.
अब ये
His
कौन है
bare
Dirty Don?
fucking hands, Captain. He was a whirlwind of grotesque primal fury. In the end, he stood drenched in blood over the entrails of a dozen raps. If he had a scratch on him, I wouldn't have been able to tell. It was glorious. Day came when he tried to take on a mannequin. Got himself eaten one limb at a time.
बहुत बढ़िया.
Wonder if he tasted like soap.
मर गया.
Oh well, live and learn. No matter how tough you are, if you're gonna fight something bigger than you, bring a firearm.
चलो भाई. कहाँ जाना अपने को? ब्रोकर बाहर से ही है.
I wonder sometimes what they're doing on other colonies. watching the same series?
तो बाहर जाने के लिए बोल रहा है। इससे पहले मैं देख लूँ भाई, कुछ और तो नहीं है यहाँ पे। एम्बराइट्स कहाँ है? ये भी भारी है। ग्रिम टुमारो, ये कहाँ है? यही है।
Could I get another advance, Mr.
सांजार नांडी, सिलिया रॉबिन्स।
I'll note it next to the others, sir.
Well, new business turns up at last. Celia, didn't I tell you our new statistics-based advertising model would be a hit?
That you did, sir.
How can yield improvements of 26.7% not quicken the pulse? How can 32% cost savings not moisten the loins?
You've often posed these very questions.
Clear my schedule. This newcomer has a meeting with me.
No, you have a meeting with me.
Celia, will you make a note of that for my self-review? Very generous.
Noted.
But not so generous I can't drive a good bargain. Now, who sent you? Rizzo's, perhaps? Or Auntie Cleo herself? Out at Devil's Peak? If you're headed that far, I see you've brought the right woman for the job.
Damn right.
But if you're here for him, I suppose that means you aren't here for Saltuna.
सॉल्टूना भाई, सॉल्टूना चाहिए होता है एज वाटर से ही ले लेते। It could always be both, afraid not. If I have to eat one more weird science project passed off as food in...
Oh, a shame. I'd been saving a bottle of iceberg-aged whiskey for an occasion like this. I had hoped that livening up our advertisements with enticing figures would draw the other corporations back to our bosom, but it seems we're back to the drawing board. Thanks to the so-called hazard clause, Monarch has been cut off from the board's resources and protection for 10 years now.
So-called is right. We've got our hazards, but we're still here, damn it. The board took off without so much as a thought for the folks left behind.
Something to be said for perseverance. I endeavor to persevere myself.
We've kept ourselves in business by trading with individual corporations, but given the off-the-books nature of those transactions, such arrangements are precarious.
Precarious, ये क्या होता है भाई?
You talk like Graham.
Freedom always sounds nice, doesn't it? It makes a rather pretty slogan. But if you sit down and tally up the costs, how you provide for yourself in the absence of aid, how you protect yourself from a hostile galaxy, it starts to lose its shine.
Exactly. Intellectualism fuels the train to mankind's future, but the tracks the train runs on are forged from practicality.
I don't know what intellectualism means, but if someone's willing to build us a few practical things around here, I ain't gonna judge them on account of their beliefs.
Yes, it's as though the good vicar has plucked the very words from my brain.
Well, Mr. Nandi here has a rather ingenious plan to get MSI restored to the board.
On our terms, mind you.
A lot of good that'll do. I'll just find another reason to turn tail and abandon you.
Not if we secure the proper safeguards first.
And if our advertising scheme hasn't borne fruit, then perhaps it's time we took matters into our own hands.
It's true, our Celia is an alarmingly competent middle manager. At any other company, she'd be wasted in data entry. The plan she refers to is a two-pronged approach, and the first part involves seeing Stellar Bay properly defended. With a Bolt 52 cartridge, of course. If you can get us what we need to rejoin the board, starting
Get
with
into
Bolt
the
52,
arms building.
we'll be able to become one of the most productive and secure cities in Halcyon.
And you'll have a powerful ally on the board.
Why, one of the strongest defenses in Halcyon. An extremely powerful ordnance. In the old arms building southwest of town, which used to be part of Stellar Bay before we had to move our walls in, these days it's overrun with marauders and raptidons. Do be careful. I've lost more than a few people to marauders and raptidons out there. Oh, and while you're at it, there should be a terminal in the arms building with some dangerous information. Perhaps you could delete it so it doesn't fall into the wrong hands. What can I do for you? I see. And was his delivery of the MSI authorized greeting up to snuff? Well, that's excellent. I'll see that your feedback makes it into his review. What else can I do for you? Then it's good that I keep such meticulous notes. I've asked myself the same thing many times, especially seeing as the legal mechanisms we employed were part of the board's own bylaws. Not intentionally, though that's technically true. For many years, this planet was home to as many corporations as Terra 2, but back then it was known as Terra 1. Really? I always thought they were refreshingly straightforward names. After all, the whole point of terraforming was to make them Earth-like.
Here, though, the results were mixed.
That ain't fair. They didn't leave on account of the hazards. They left on account of their cowardice. The hazards just gave them a reason to put to paper.
Sharp as ever, Nyoka. And as the other corporations began to tally their losses, they decided to pull out. Our leadership at the time certainly wanted to.
And how did that work out?
Most regard Monarch as a lost cause, but there were others of us who saw an opportunity. The chance to improve working hours and conditions, to reform MSI from the ground up. Nonsense! They're good business sense. Exhausted, sick, and malnourished workers are not productive workers. Even a cursory review of the data bears that out. Anyway, we learned of a loophole in the corporate bylaws that would allow MSI to claim ownership of the entire planet once the other corporations pulled out, creating the perfect environment for us to enact these new reforms. Oh, well, there were surely other junior executives with more open minds, though none of them had the temperament to handle the paperwork. But I was keeping my tone flat and maintaining eye contact. You weren't supposed to notice I was avoiding the subject.
This is why you've never been good with presentations, sir.
Very well. Many, many years ago, Graham Bryant and I used to be collaborators, of sorts. Graham Bryant. He leads a group of extremists out in Amber Heights. But he used to be as much a part of the corporate machinery as any of us. Much as he likes to forget it. Indeed, for all the good it did. MSI's then leadership wasn't enthusiastic. They insisted we'd be relocating to Terra 2, along with everyone else. Many of us chose to stay behind, and as the most senior executive remaining, I ended up in charge of what was left of MSI. I moved forward with our planned reforms as well as our strategy to assume ownership of the planet. Yet not long after I renamed it Monarch, the other corporations dislodged us from the board and began an official campaign to paint us as lawless savages. I don't know. Everything we did was legal and above board. We followed their rules, and yet they still found reasons to declare us outlaws. I do think there's something useful in a governing body like the board. Something that keeps us from anarchy, but I dearly wish it functioned differently. Why wouldn't anyone? They own nearly all the resources and infrastructure in Halcyon.
Without the board, chaos would overtake the system. Working within the established order isn't a principle to snub one's nose at, Captain.
Yeah, that'd go a long way toward rebuilding our homes.
To be on the board is to be part of the colonial community, and being cut off means slow strangulation. I'm not a man to put pride before progress. If membership on the board can ease our hardships and provide us with opportunities, then that's the path I mean to pursue. Besides, I'm hopeful that additional leverage on our part will allow us a more equitable relationship.
Don't get ahead of yourself, sir.
Yes, it'll be easier to explain once we have the Bolt 52. My hope is to maintain the reforms we've managed here, and who knows? Perhaps once we're restored, we could spread them to other corporations.
It's straight bullshit is what it is. A fabrication rich folks use to preserve their investments by leaving a lot of people here to die slow.
Nyoka has the right of it. It's a legal provision that gives the board the authority to cordon off any planet or location that it deems dangerous.
A necessary evil for the greater good of society.
That's exactly how the board describes it. Yes, making all of MSI criminals in the board's eyes. Rather hard to run a business that way. As far as I'm concerned, the less said about Graham, the better. Graham seemed like a reasonable man years ago, and we both agreed that MSI's treatment of its workers was untenable. I thought reforms would be enough. I didn't realize you wanted to abolish the corporate system entirely. What can I do for you?
सीला से क्या बात करनी थी वैसे?
Greetings, and welcome to Monarch Stellar Industries, producers and purveyors of the finest salt tuna in Halcyon. What can I do for you today? Not at all. Mr. Nandi treats us all right and pays us well. I just spent most of my paycheck on Raptidon acid. Laws, no. Sometimes it's canid teeth, or mantis worm wings. Whatever Sebastian has in stock, really. So I can talk to him, of course. He doesn't get going about much else. Sort of the strong, silent type. Unfortunately, my apartment's kind of filling up with his stuff, and some of the neighbors are complaining about the smell. I couldn't. What if he says no? Hey, maybe you could ask him for me. I mean, a no would still be bad, but it won't be quite as embarrassing if you ask. Oh, Mr. Nandi's doing that thing where he breathes through his nose real slowly. I'd better get back to work. He doesn't talk much, but he's got this quiet intensity, you know? Like there's stuff going on inside his head that you have no idea about. Plus, he's got great legs. It's hard to find a man who doesn't skimp on lower body exercises. Not in Stellar Bay. Everyone else who isn't taken either smells like salt tuna or they're my boss. Besides, a man with a good smile and a proportionate upper to lower body ratio isn't something to pass up. You think that's what I'm looking for? You're funny. Sorry, sometimes I get carried away. Have you talked to... You know, sending you is the first bright idea I've seen from that man, because I told him to stop bothering me about it a week ago. I still don't know anything about it, but if you want to help him, Velma's the one to ask. She's in the warehouse. But I'll warn you, Grimm wore her patience thin a long time ago. Oh!
I hear those rich people in Byzantium pay a handsome bit for Rap Musk.
Bet they also pay to make it stink less.
Hey, Velma, I got your caffeinoid pills.
You're a lifesaver. Hope Abigail didn't give you a hard time.
Just the usual. Any word on Braxton?
Nothing. Don't know how much longer I can cover for him either. Give me those pills, will you?
Here you go. You know, you might consider a real night's sleep instead.
Look, you can tell Catherine the new shipment will be ready when it's ready, all right? She's welcome to come up here and pack boxes herself if she's in such a hurry. Did she now? Well, I can see I was mistaken. Because if Catherine really had sent you, there'd be a lot more expletives in your message. I hope you can forgive my temper. This job has been running me ragged lately. First, my autoloader foreman stages a walkout, and now my chief pescatological health manager is missing. Braxton. He's in charge of getting the fish fat, but also making sure they don't get too many tumors. He's a real wizard with pharmaceuticals, but he has creative notions of working hours. Comes with living in a free colony, I guess. We're not keen on rules for rules' sake around here. Means Braxton skips work sometimes, but it also means no company boss is telling me when I can take a shit. Since you don't seem to be constrained yourself, maybe you could check up on him. He lives in the apartments. Tell him Velma said to get his lazy ass down here, or she might start noticing those extra jugs he's been taking from supply. Something else on your mind? Caleb Herrick. Runs the autoloader operators. He thinks I don't pay them enough for flipping switches and turning dials. He and his whole crew walked out. Say they won't come back unless I pay them more. You mind slapping him around a little while you're at it? I'm joking. Mostly. Unless you can do it without hurting his job performance. If you can find a way to get him back to work, I'll make it worth your while. Check the yacht club. He's usually there. Unless you're here to tell me he's agreed to do his job again, I've got nothing to say. Hard workers? They turn dials and flip switches. The machines do all the actual work. Caleb and his crew have it better than anyone else around here, I'll tell you that much. I don't have the bits for it, plain and simple. Besides, if I make an exception for him, I gotta do the same for everyone.
She's principled, in at least this area. I will begrudgingly give her that.
Thank you. I think. If Caleb wants to keep this job, he'd better get back to it. I'm about ready to hire sublight contractors at this rate. Maybe so, but I bet you Caleb runs out of bits first. Then he'll have to come back. He says he's got a stash to tide his crew over. Could be he's all talk, but if the money's real, I bet you he keeps it at home, near the diner. For running me ragged while he takes an extended leave at the bar? Not on your life. Fine by me. Stealing's such a nasty word. Let's call it skimming. And yeah, let's just say I've noticed the stereobiotics we use for the fish would get used a little faster on Braxton shifts.
भाई फिश ही खाते हैं मेरे ख्याल से स्पेस में सब.
We're not like those corporate towns where you get fined for sleeping on the wrong side of the bed. Besides, the Spacer's Choice stuff we use is cheap enough. And Braxton knows how to get the salt tuna, fat and mostly tumor-free. Sublight boss out of Fallbrook. Handles most goods that come in or out of Stellar Bay. Has a mouth like a ground six spacer. This again? I swear, this is the last time I contract for any special requests. You can tell Grimm his poster came in. You can also tell him I got a better offer for it. So now it's going to Nell. That about cover it? She runs the betting parlor across the way. Nice professional lady. She asked me about the poster once. Just once. Made a real generous offer, too. Damn right it is. It's staying locked up in my office until Nell shows with her money.
तो मतलब चुराना है हमको हैं?
No. I paid Sublight for it. So it's mine. And when Nell pays me for it, it'll be hers. Grimm may have asked for the poster, but it's not his until I take his money. Sure can. If you want to pay me more than Nell's offering. Sure. And once you finish helping me, then we can talk about the poster.
अच्छा, तो पहले इसका मिशन करना पड़ेगा फिर मुझे. ठीक है.
Fine by me. Sure can. If you want to pay. Fine.
Velma's not so bad, long as you avoid her when she's stressed.
वेल्मा स्टोरेज ऊपर है. ले ओ भाई. लॉक भी नहीं कर पाऊंगा इसको तो अभी. बे कहाँ गया मैं?
Ooh, you're the new face. Wow, you must be up
ये
on all
गेम
the
कब
latest
खत्म
hostile
होगी?
games.
ये गेम,
So
इस
who do
गेम
you
को तो
follow?
टाइम लगेगा
Wait,
मेरे ख्याल
don't
से।
tell me.
बड़ी
You look
गेम
like
है
a
ये।
Hammersmith Thunder fan. No, Glacial H man.
17-18 घंटे का तो इसका गेम प्ले ही था, तो उस हिसाब से लग जाएगा टाइम। I play for Auntie Cleo's darlings.
I'd heard they'd gotten a new hacker. Is that why everyone's making such a fuss about you? But what are you doing on Monarch? Maybe we're not so isolated as I thought. So, what can I do for you?
सबसे लंबी गेम कौन सी खेली है? सबसे लंबी गेम मैंने, देखो ऑन स्ट्रीम, अगर मैं ऑन स्ट्रीम के बताऊं, मैंने स्ट्रीम पे जो सबसे लंबी गेम खेली है वो खेली है मैंने असासिन क्रीड ओडिसी। मैंने उसकी एक कम्युनिटी पोस्ट भी डाली थी, वहाँ पे मैंने दिखाया अभी तक कितने घंटे खेल चुका हूँ मैं उस गेम को ऑन स्ट्रीम। तो 100 घंटे कंप्लीट होने वाले थे उसमें। तो एक तो वो खेली है ऑन स्ट्रीम मैंने सबसे लंबी गेम। और अगर मैं ऑफ स्ट्रीम की बात करूँ तो ऑफ स्ट्रीम मैंने खेल रखी है सबसे लंबी विचर 3। विचर 3 खेली थी मैंने विद ऑल DLCs, और उसके मैं 200 घंटे तक पहुंच गया था गेम प्ले में। 200 घंटे खेल चुका था मैं उस गेम को, विचर 3 को, तब जाके वो ख़त्म हुई थी पूरी, साइड क्वेस्ट से लेके मेन क्वेस्ट तक। तो यही 2 लंबी गेम है वैसे तो मेरे हिसाब से जो मैंने आज तक खेली हैं। हाँ विचर 3 बहुत बढ़िया है। हाँ मज़ा आ गया था, पर विचर 3 में ना बात तो थी, मज़ा आ रहा था बहुत खेलने में। RDR2 प्लान है मेरा खेलने का। RDR2 क्या है ना कि वो ना मेरे PC में ना, अगर मैं ऑफ स्ट्रीम खेलूँ ना तो शायद चल जाए, ऑन स्ट्रीम का पक्का नहीं कह सकता मैं, क्या पता ऑन स्ट्रीम में लैग मारे वो। इसलिए मैं ना RDR2 अभी खेलने का प्लान बना नहीं रहा। अभी मैं वो सब गेम्स खेल रहा हूँ जो मेरे PC पे ऑन स्ट्रीम चल सकती हैं। RDR2 तब खेलूँगा जब नया PC बनवाऊँगा अच्छा सा, उसमें चल जाए अच्छी है मतलब RDR2। क्योंकि अगर अभी मैं इस PC पे चलाऊँगा मेरे ख्याल से 60 FPS भी नहीं आएंगे मेरे को सही से उस गेम में, मुश्किल से 30-40 FPS आएंगे जहाँ तक मुझे लगता है। RDR2 भी बड़ी है, हाँ बड़ी तो है, बड़ी है वो गेम। प्रिंस ऑफ पर्शिया भी आई है न्यू, हाँ देखी थी वो 2D में जो आ रखी है ना, देखूंगा। अरे बहुत गेम्स पड़ी हैं खेलने के लिए तो, पर वही है कि टाइम नहीं मिलता इतना। अभी मेरे कॉलेज की छुट्टियां चल रही हैं ना, इसलिए मैं स्ट्रीम कर पा रहा हूँ डेली डेली। अभी जब मेरे कॉलेज शुरू हो जाएंगे फिर वही कभी कभी स्ट्रीम कर पाऊँगा, फिर डेली नहीं कर पाऊँगा।
Signed by the black hole himself. There's no way I could pass that up. Why, did you want to see it? I don't have it yet. I'm waiting on a few customers to pay up before I can give Velma the bits.
I think it's really brave of you to outbid Sanjar's best friend.
You mean dopey landing pad Grimm? I didn't know he and Mr. Nandi were friends. I guess that changes things. Fine. Tell Velma that I don't want the poster anymore. I'll find something else to hang in my shop. Graham's always filling the airwaves with this propaganda.
ये फ्री गेम्स खेलना बंद करो और वो खेलो।
The tossball games get to us in fragments.
क्या खेलो? RDR2?
Makes them real hard to watch.
ये प्रिंस ऑफ पर्शिया। फ्री गेम्स क्या, ये फ्री गेम्स देखो, फ्री गेम्स हो चाहे कैसी भी गेम हो, अगर गेम अच्छी है तो खेलता तो हूँ मैं, अगर गेम अच्छी नहीं होती मैं उसकी स्ट्रीम ही नहीं करता। फिर जैसे एक गेम मेरे को पसंद नहीं आई थी, उसका नाम था फार क्राई प्राइमल। देखना मेरे प्लेलिस्ट भी बना रखी होगी, मैं अपने चैनल पे 1 या 2 ही स्ट्रीम करी होंगी मैंने उसकी। और मेरे को इतनी बोरिंग लग रही थी वो गेम कि मैंने खेलना ही छोड़ दिया था वो गेम, मतलब खेल ही नहीं थी आगे। तो ये है कि अगर कोई गेम मेरे को अच्छी लग रही है तो उसको तो ख़त्म करके ही रहता हूँ मैं। और बात रही RDR2 की, RDR2 मैंने बता दिया कि मेरे पीसी पे चलेगी नहीं सही से, लैग मारेगी, तो इसलिए मैं खेल नहीं रहा RDR2 अभी। ये सीन है, वरना RDR2 तो बहुत बढ़िया गेम है। RDR2 तो मैं पहले ही खेल रहा था, पर दिक्कत वही पड़ रही है फिर। चलो भाई वेल्मा के पास चलते हैं।
Velma seem out of sorts to you?
She's always cranky.
I'd give you a friendlier welcome, but I'm up to my elbows in salt tuna guts.
Who spat in your spirits, Velma?
You notice my mood? I'm surprised you can see straight today.
I could be seeing triple and I'd still think you're being unkind. I just might find it funnier.
Will you try wrangling half a ton of dead fish with decades-old equipment and
आपस
see
में
what
बात
it
कर
does
रही
for
हैं
your
भाई।
disposition? Anyway, what do you folks need?
अरे नया डायलॉग क्यों नहीं आ रहा भाई? उसने बोल तो
Sure
दिया।
can.
Nell's no longer interested in the poster, हाँ।
That's a surprise. Tossball being part of her business and all. Take the poster then. And if I never hear another word about it, it'll be too soon. Something else on your mind?
हो गया चलो। ग्रिम को देना पोस्टर। ले
Have you
भाई।
had time to check on that poster yet? I keep wondering if it's come in. Sorry, I just get so excited, and I always feel like I miss everything that happens in town while I'm up here. Would you look at that? The Rizzo's logo is nice and bright, and you can still smell the ink on Mr. Holcomb's signature. I can't thank you enough. Still, you can have the bits I was going to spend at the bar this week. And you know what? Take my old tossball blocker too.
कितने
Never
bits
get a
दिए
chance to
इसने?
use it these days.
$625। अच्छा और क्या है यहाँ पे? Convince Caleb to return to work. Caleb स्टैश किस चीज़ का आ रहा है ये?
Someone's been killed!
Killed?
I think I'm gonna be sick. I clean the apartments while everyone's at work. I've seen all sorts of messes, but this... If you're going into the apartments, do not go into the lower one on the right. That's where the body is. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go contemplate a hot shower.
यही है क्या अपार्टमेंट? ये रही बॉडी। Search the apartment for clues.
We're all coming to.
Several ragged outfits, all of the same cut and color, were stuffed into this suitcase. This betting slip lists some mostly colonized for. Investigate left field toss ball betting.
Whatever you do, don't mention tossball to Isaac. You'll never hear the end of it.
You know, I haven't seen him in a while.
If you got him stuck in an hour-long rant about mostly colonists, you'd be thankful.
You startled me. Don't sneak up on a person like that, huh?
अरे भाई
This is the simple truth. We are all molecular machines. The
हेलो अभी तो नहीं आ रहा अभी तो मैं स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ शाम को आऊँगा हाँ
body is a collection of atoms. The mind is a consequence of chemical reactions.
नेल के पास ही जाना
Therefore, our lives are predestined along a path that is only visible in retrospect. Life is fated and unstoppable.
And you're unshut-upable.
Here to catch a game? I'm afraid the transmission's still pretty bad. What can I do for you? Poor Isaac. I was wondering why I hadn't seen him in a few days. I'd really like to help. Isaac was a sweet fellow, even if he did have terrible teeth. Right. So the thing with Isaac is he didn't know where to stop. He'd get stuck on something, and he just couldn't let it go. Sometimes he'd drink Purpleberry Punch by the liter. Other times he'd keep betting on a losing team. Started owing the wrong people money. I don't know for sure, but I saw Elijah and his buddies pushing Isaac around. They're hooligans from Fallbrook. They sweep into town, drop supplies off behind the warehouse, and spend the rest of their stay getting rowdy over tossball games. They usually loiter in the alley behind the yacht club. They're not allowed in the bar anymore. I bet you anything Isaac ran into trouble with one of them. Mr. Sanjar will be pleased to hear about it when you're done. I know he gets fed up with the Fallbrook bullies, but there's not much he can do.
Investigate Elijah ये भी बाहर ही है क्या बाहर तो नहीं है
Who the fuck are you? This ain't your alley.
Hey, what are you doing here? This is our secret alley. Berta already pissed by those crates to market. Listen, that purple-toothed twerp had it coming. Not that anyone has proof. And not that it's any of your business. Oh yeah? What are you saying exactly? Wow. Most of the pencil pushers around here cave as soon as you look at them funny. Fine, we're going. This ain't worth it.
अब संजार को बताना।
A vicar, huh? You a true believer, or do you just like the tithes?
Why,
Well, I see you've had a sobering effect on our friend Nyoka.
Sir, please stop.
Forgive me, Celia. I couldn't help myself. Anyway, what can I do for you? But that's terrible. What happened? I'm glad to hear you've dealt with them. They've been causing quite a bit of trouble around town. I've been consumed with other matters of late, but I would have dealt with them eventually. It really was on my to-do list. Still, your intervention in the matter is much appreciated. Please consider this payment for your services.
चलो भाई ये क्वेस्ट हो गया ना। ये करते हैं। स्टैश का समझ नहीं आ रहा क्या है ये स्टैश। अच्छा तो पहले सिलब के पास ही जाता हूँ, बात करता हूँ इससे।
New face, huh? You from off-world? A ship captain? Well, I'll be. Here, let me buy you a drink. Consider it an MSI welcome. Why don't you grab a chair, sit a spell, and revel with us? Me and my friends have taken our destiny into our own hands. We're untethered, free of responsibility and worldly cares. Well, as long as we don't run out of bits. But until the windfall's gone, we're riding high. See, we just walked out on our work. Had enough, we did. So now we're striking. It ain't any one thing but the sum of it all, having to work longer shifts for less bits. And the wages we do earn don't cover as much as they used to. Our supervisor, Velma, goes on and on about quarterly profits and meeting quotas. But that ain't what Sanjar promised us. Velma refuses to negotiate, so we're refusing to work. We won't go back until she agrees to pay us fair and proper. Us on Monarch, we're free from the board, you know? We have the right to lobby for better hours and pay. Sure thing. What did you want to discuss? Nope. I'm calling her bluff. If she wants to threaten us, we'll see how she likes it when Sanjar finds out she gave Sublight even more dominion in Stellar Bay. I never meant to call for anyone's head on a pike. Velma's not my favorite person, but she ain't been cruel to us. Devil it all. Now you got me feeling sorry for her. Fine. I guess we'll go back to work to save Velma's job. We'll find a better time to negotiate our wages. Tell Velma not to worry. We'll look out for her.
चलो इसके पैसे चुराने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ी।
Hey, Max, what does your religion say happens to us after we die?
The body returns to the universe from whence it came. I'm sure you've seen a corpse in the various stages of decay.
Why do we exist in the first place, then? What the hell's the point?
Our lives contribute to the betterment of the human race. Everyone has a part to play for the greater advancement.
I ain't got a part. Life ain't a damn cereal.
You helped people survive the Monarch evacuation, did you not? Perhaps one of them will go on to unlock godhood for the human race.
Well, if they do, I hope they remember who pulled them from the jaws of raptidons.
I'd give you a friendlier welcome, but I'm up to my elbows in salt tuna guts. You knocked any... Sweetest words I've heard all day. Thanks for your help. You've gotten me out of a tight spot here. Take this for your efforts. Honest work deserves honest pay. Something else on your mind?
ये क्या है भाई?
Good day to you.
Whoa, by the stars, my poor heart. I just about pissed my jumpsuit. Because there's no shame in having overactive bladder muscles, all right? It's a perfectly normal medical condition. Besides, life in this town is enough to try anyone's nerves. Where should I begin? With the oversized mantisaurs? Or perhaps the rap spewing acid at our walls? The board was right. This place isn't fit for human habitation, and I was a fool for staying. Sanjar, of course. He had all these glorious ideas about how he'd run Monarch. Rest periods between every work shift. No shift more than 10 hours long.
You company folk are all the same. Choose to stay, then complain about the choice you've made.
How was I supposed to know it'd turn out like this? It all sounds wonderful, until you realize it's only a few centimeters of repurposed steel between you and the deadliest creatures in the galaxy. I'm not even finished. Add that to the supply shortages, thanks to being cut off by the board, and I dare say we're no better off than the lowliest Spacer's Choice enclave.
Look, you might not be better off, but I can tell you, it can always be worse. Try celebrating what you've got.
I see you stuck around. Only every day. But in case you haven't noticed, we don't exactly get ships on a regular basis, yours notwithstanding. And even if I did scrape together enough to buy passage out with sublight, which would mean reaching Fallbrook without getting eaten, shot, or dissolved into green goop, what then? Well, thank you for reminding me. As if I weren't already destined for an early grave. That was a real popular meal 10, 20 years back, before the board tucked tail and ran. These days, everybody's had a belly full of salt tuna. They all want borscht. And the mushrooms, well, not many venture out of town, what with the monsters hereabouts. I can whip one up for you, but it'll cost. Here's a menu.
3000 bits.
Whoa, hold on. Okay. Leak contained. My stars. Look, Captain. This is the best I can do without putting myself out of business.
2000 कर दिया। अरे भाई चल लेना तो पड़ेगा ही।
I'm mighty glad you reckon so. This is gonna take about an hour in the oven. Nothing I can do to speed it. That's just how cooking works. There we are. Now, if you don't mind, I really need to take a leak.
If I hear you say survival of the fittest one more time, I'm gonna...
Hello, stranger. Can I interest you in a raptidon tongue? Or maybe some canid toenails? You look like a man who's looking for some mostly fresh animal parts?
Sebastian, you ever get your hands on those pheromone sacs? Manipillars ain't gonna hunt themselves, you know.
I must have hunted a dozen, but I couldn't find a single sack on any of them. Must be looking in the wrong place.
Manipillars ain't got pheromone sacs. I just told him that so he'd stop asking me for advice.
At least I'm getting a good haul of claws in the process. You're in good hands, traveling with Monarch's top merc. Still, if you want any rat glands or manticlaws, I've got you covered. I don't know. Celia usually buys whatever I have, and Mr. Pickett seemed real interested. So I thought maybe I was onto something. Nice of you to say. I like her too.
लो भाई
Wait, I see what's going on. She put you up to this so she could get a discount, hmm? Don't get me wrong. I'd like to give her a discount. She's a real fine lady. Always talks nice and slow, so I understand. But if I give her one, I won't hardly make a bit, on account of no one else having any use for raptidon tongues. Nuh-uh. A lot of people think I'm not too bright, but you're not fooling me. I know she can't get these goods anywhere else. Come on, that's crazy. No one would do that. You sound pretty sure. And she is awful nice. Okay, I'll do it. Once her shift ends, we'll go someplace nice. Maybe to Chef Raymond's.
Have you talked to Sebastian yet? What did he say? Okay, but how did he say it? Did he sound excited? Or like he was just agreeing to it? Was he like, yay, a date with Celia. I've secretly been waiting for this. Or was it more, sure, I don't have anything else going on. Not to worry. If I never buy another Raptidon tongue, it'll be too soon. Ah, look at me going on. I'm sure you've got other things to do, and Mr. Nandi's giving me that back-to-work look. Anyhow, thank you.
चलो भाई इन दोनों की जोड़ी तो पक्की हो गई.
Is it true that Manta Queen's devout
हो गए ना यहाँ के तो सारे. अब बाहर जाना है अपने को.
after copulation?
Yeah, well, sort of. They kill them, but they leave the body till their swarm hatches and eats it. The first meal is their father.
Makes one appreciative he wasn't born a Mentosaur.
Can we talk?
क्या हो गया?
Hey, got a favor to ask you. Figure while we're out here in the wilderness anyhow, we might stop in on an old friend of mine. Preferably before we get to Hiram's. It's on the way, don't worry. You don't seem the type to run off and get yourself killed, and I could use the help. Well, we'll see about that. I'll be upfront with you. I hate asking for help. I hate it. Every time I give someone the opportunity to disappoint me, they seem to make it their most immediate goal. But this, what I'm thinking, it's dangerous. Nothing we can't handle. I used to run with a band of hunters. Friends. 6 of us. We were on Monarch when the corporations pulled out, and we helped a lot of people pick up the pieces. I haven't seen 2 of them in years, and the rest I know to be dead. I'd like to gather their effects and bury them all in the same places, like the family we once were. I saw it happen. Hell, one of them was in my arms at the time. His name was Hayes, and he's our first stop. I buried him a ways from our encampment. I'll show you where he rests. He had a medallion in his effects. That's what I'll bring home to Barry. Then we find my 2 lost trackers and bring them home. A long time ago, we built an encampment in one of Monarch's cave systems. Trouble is, a Mantiqueen showed up and kicked us all out. If we can find Rebecca and Anders, they'll know how to lure her out. Then we kill the bitch and bury everyone's medallions together. Oh yes, I can't wait.
अच्छा तो ये मेन क्वेस्ट पे जाने से पहले ये करने के लिए बोल रही है मेरे को. ऐसा सीन है भाई. ये तो दूर भी है ब्रोकर. कहाँ दिया पर इसने? नहीं है भाई. ये तो और दूर है. 950 मीटर. ये कहाँ है? ये 200 मीटर है, चलो यहीं चलते हैं फिर।
Hold on to your hats, children. This ride is about to get ugly.
You'll get used to it. Give it 10 or 15 years. Careful. Only things you'll find in the ruins are liable to shoot you or eat you. Or both.
I believe this place has seen better days.
ये क्या है? लूडो?
A visitor? What an unexpected surprise! Please, come in. Come in.
I'm getting real bad fight or flight right now. Watch your step. People ain't this friendly outside city walls.
I, for one, welcome a reprieve from our travels. That is, if you'll have us, kind sir.
That's the spirit. Now come in. Make yourselves comfortable. Excellent. You've arrived at just the right time. My wife is putting the finishing touches on dinner. Please, make yourself at home until it's ready.
Something ain't right about this.
भैया बना के रहिए, कुछ तो है भी नहीं।
What a pleasant surprise. And just when I was beginning to fear we'd seen the last of good company for a spell. Yet the Eternal provides, does it not?
Only if you give yourself over to the plan, Martha. May I call you Martha?
By all means, just make yourself comfortable. Company is always a reason for cheer. The Eternal does not desire that we huddle and hide, crowded in by walls. We all share the spark of the divine, and we were made to spread it across the stars. Out here, we are free. And even apart from society, the universe provides for us, as your being here proves. Just that your presence here is a gift to us, and one that we don't take for granted. Look at me, prattling on as if this gravy is going to cook itself. Why don't you run along until we are ready for dinner?
एक और बैठा हुआ है यहाँ पे, दिखाई ही नहीं मेरे को।
Oh, hello there. You come for dinner? Are you sure? Because someone came for dinner yesterday. Or a week ago. Wasn't that you? Maybe not. It just gets hard to remember things. I recall moments, feelings, but the details slip. Other times it's like there's fog. Sorry, have we talked about this before? That's nice of you. I usually feel better after I eat. Mama said dinner's almost ready, huh?
Hey, what are you doing in my room? Liar! You're trying to steal the last of my rocket candies, aren't you? The ones that come in a bottle with a rocket ship on it. Like the other man used to bring. I'm not telling you. What do you think you're doing? I'll look the other way. This time.
भाई इसने देखा कहाँ से? है भी नहीं।
Spacer's Choice pills, they cure all your ills.
You must be famished. So are we, my friend. Is it sticking again? I'm afraid nothing out here works the way it used to. There's a bit of a trick to jimmying it open. I'll see to it once we've finished dinner. Please, there's no need for incivility. Though I certainly understand how hunger sharpens the temper. I promise I'll get the door open once we've had our meal. Until then, why don't you stretch your legs a bit? A nice walk around the house will surely limber them up.
Nice to meet you. Wait, did I already say that?
I hope you favor ketchup and woolly cheddar. We have to make do with what we can find.
What's up? Let's see. I hate to say it, but we might be lost. Let's try to find the road again.
By verity, by strength. What are we contemplating today?
Spacer's Choice pills, they cure all your ills.
You must be fam-
Watch out!
I'll take your confession now!
Covering you!
Down they go! That's the last of them.
Incoming! Stay away! Stay away!
weak perish. I thought I'd seen the worst of humanity before.
They sulfur-sodden assholes. Ain't enough that the rats eat everyone? Now people are doing it too?
enough of you! Fine hit, Captain! Our survival.
Wait, you know that?
Here they come.
you're lazy. I'm stuck. My friends and I were scavenging here, and a Meta Queen showed up. Then Raptidons. It was a void-blasted mess. I ran in here and, now the door's locked. Little help? It's easier than it sounds, all right? Next time you get chased by Raptidons, you let me know the rationality of your decisions. Phew. Thanks, mister. My buddy had a key, but I ain't heard him in a while. He locked me in here and took off. Probably got munched. So look for a dead guy, I guess. Or a rat. Maybe it's in a rat belly. Gross. What do you mean? It's locked. Wait, upward? Oh, my eternal soul, it worked!
Ah, phew. Thank you so much. It was getting all stuffy in there, and I was getting a mite lightheaded, and I think maybe I was gonna die. Now I'm out here, and I'm headed back to Amber Heights.
Still landing yourself in trouble, eh, Hux?
Oh, hi, Nyoka. You mind giving me an escort back home? Oh, you're traveling with someone. Never mind. But I ain't got nothing on me. How's about a heaping helping of appreciation and respect? Afraid not, mister. Gotta pack light if I'm gonna run away from monsters. Oh, sure, I'm a runner. I'm used to getting all dizzy and... Hey, who's your identical, slightly blurry friend? Thanks a lot, mister. Ah, fresh sulfur. Good to be outside.
We got trouble!
And that's how it's done, Captain. Here they come.
Here's a little trick I learned in prison!
Watch
Incoming.
भाई
I've had quite enough of you! I'll take care of it. Sometimes violence is the only way. Bend yourself, Captain, quick! I'll hunt you down!
अबे वो क्या है?
Looks like a marauder's den. confession now.
बहुत बंदे हैं।
On it, Captain.
We've got trouble.
Here they come. Watch out!
Here they come. This is bad!
Incoming! Covering you! I'll try to hold you on! Behind you! Glad I ain't doing anything!
Incoming! I'm just saying, if we did need to dispose of a body, we've got a fight on our hands.
Oh, you are in for it now.
Sometimes violence is the only way.
Attacking!
This should be fun. And dangerous.
Used to be.
I'll take care of it.
Here they come.
Nice hit! I smite you in the name of the law! Well done. We are incoming. I'll take your confession now. Here's a little trick I learned in prison. Let me handle that. Well done. We're still alive.
Here they come! Nothing like a good tussle.
Fate shines on us today.
I'm on it. I'm on it. If you were in charge, would you keep the board around?
Of course. Even with all their faults, they are the best chance to maintain order in the colony.
I suppose I can appreciate the structure of things. Long as the folks at the top have got the right heads on their shoulders.
अपनी शिप यहाँ पे आ गई। क्या बात है। अपने को उधर जाना है। ये ब्रिज बंद है, जाऊं कैसे? ब्रिज का गेट बंद है।
This town must have looked mighty grand when it was built.
This is what you get when a corporation takes a dump and
पर
walks off.
रास्ता ही नहीं है, ये क्या सीन है? एक मिनट, इधर से रास्ता था। अबे यार, चलो यहाँ पे आ गया तो ये भी कंप्लीट कर ही देता हूँ।
You should know you're getting excellent reviews from across the company. What can I do for you? You weren't supposed to look. I asked you to delete it. I didn't mean for any harm to come to you. This has been my albatross, the great shame of my career. I give MSI everything. My work, my youth, my left kidney, and for years, I was a joke to them. One of the executives required a transplant. I thought volunteering to donate might improve my prospects. Apparently not. in charge of a scrap heap of a city, abandoned by the board and surviving only through the hypocrisy of our trading partners. I hadn't thought of it that way. But perhaps there's something to that. Thank you for that. Was there something else? Oh, yes. I'm going to be up all night with this. All those blanks waiting to be filled, boxes waiting to be ticked.
Try to control yourself, sir.
Have you any idea how powerful this is? Corporations have been toppled with less. But that's exactly what this is. The world isn't changed with guns and speeches, much as Graham and his followers would like to think, but rather with meticulous documentation.
And the dissemination of the proper ideals and information to those in the highest echelon of society.
On the contrary, I would say good documentation is for everyone. And the Bill of Liquidation/Transfer Form 52 is one of the most formidable pieces of data entry in all of Halcyon. One false stroke can invalidate the entire document.
It's true. One of the old execs gave herself a stroke trying to fill out the exemption section.
For our part, a Bill of Liquidation/Transfer Form 52 will protect our holdings on Monarch by temporarily assigning them to a pass-through entity once we drop our bomb on the board. Corporate espionage. How was that, Celia? Did I sell it?
Your best delivery yet, sir.
I have reason to believe that one of the other corporations is operating on Monarch, illegally and in secret.
Mr. Nandi may be correct. If the masses learn that the board disregards their own ordinances, it'd give rise to dissent. MSI could use this information to their advantage.
If we can find proof, I can use that as leverage to encourage certain powers that be to accept our Bolt 52 and reinstate us on the board. You really think so? I admit I've been hatching this scheme for quite some time. I just needed someone capable to help me carry it out. If someone is operating here, then Catherine's almost certainly supplying them out of Fallbrook. Perhaps she could be convinced to tell you where they are. That's part of the problem. She has certain ambitions for Stellar Bay, and I fear my asking her would give her the leverage she's been looking for.
Don't get yourself worked up, sir. It's perfectly natural to have a healthy fear of her.
We really don't need to discuss this now, Celia. Once you, subtly work out where this corporate facility might be, bring back proof of its operation. Maybe some nice letterhead. Or someone working there. That would do it. A foolproof plan if I ever heard one. I'll leave the execution to you.
कैथरीन कहाँ से आ गई?
I hear those rich people in Byzantium pay a handsome...
I'd give you a friendlier welcome, but I'm up... That he's got his load on and I'm stuck covering his shift? That's... Wow. I sure feel like an ass now. Oh, sure. Because Monarch's just teeming with experts in the finer points of salt tuna health. Still, it's good to know what happened to him. And that I ought to start looking for a replacement. Something else on your mind?
अपने को साउथ एग्जिट से निकलना है ना. साउथ एग्जिट यहाँ पे था. भागना पड़ेगा फुल भाई. गाड़ी देनी चाहिए यार इनको.
Good old Stellar Bay. Only place on the planet that don't stink of sulfur. On account of it stinking like fish instead.
Incoming.
Everyone all right?
भाई सही जा रहा हूँ ना. ले ओ भाई, यहाँ से आगे नहीं जा सकता मैं। तो कहाँ से भाई? यहाँ से जाना पड़ेगा क्या मेरे को? भाई रास्ता ही नहीं मिल रहा।
Gonna find you.
Watch out, Captain! Never anger a man of the cloth! Attacking!
It's gonna be easy.
South here, off the road and down this slope. We've got a decent trek ahead of us.
Returning fire!
अरे बहुत बढ़िया, ये क्या सीन?
I've had quite enough of you!
इस पे जंप नहीं कर सकता क्या मैं? मर गया। वे इतना पीछे किस फोन कर दिया? कहाँ जाना था? इधर ही जाना था ना। काफी बड़ा प्लेनेट है भाई ये, ढूंढने में इतना टाइम लग रहा चीजों को। अरे ये एम्बराइड्स है, एम्बराइड्स पे भी तो अपना एक मिशन था कोई। ये रहा।
Well, hello, and welcome to the home of the iconoclasts. I'm Rose. Please take a pamphlet. In it, you'll find everything you need to know about Graham, his philosophist truths, and the iconoclast way. He wrote it himself, you know. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I keep forgetting we're out of pamphlets. Gosh, blast it. Why, we're the only free people in Halcyon. No corporations, no shackles, no problems. Oh, those are just hurdles. We deal with them as they come. You're welcome to stay with us, so long as you can earn your keep. Oh, sure. Graham's our founder. He taught us how to cut our own path in the wilderness. And I guess some folk have started following Zora's orders. You can think of those two as our leaders, but they're more like examples. We all ought to be more like them. Why, he's our founder. Graham taught us about philosophism. Through him, we came to the eternal truth. I'm glad you're asking, by the way. I hope you'll consider staying. She's been with us since the beginning. I think she was our sawbones back then, but now she's more like our commander. She goes and finds people in the wilderness and gets them to come here. And she keeps us from being chewed on and whatnot. She's liable to take your head off if you screw up, but then she'll sew it back on for you. Graham's place is in the large building straight back. Zora's sometimes there talking with him, but usually she's in the triage clinic next door. Oh, Graham settled here a long time ago. Shoot, I wish I had a pamphlet to give you. It's all in there. I wasn't around back then, but they say a lot of the old MSI corporate folks died here. He calls it a spiritual metaphor, something about rising from the ashes. The new boy! Yes, he's quite clever. He took to our teachings very quickly. Last I saw him, he was headed into one of the buildings up the hill.
भैया आर्मर तो जाने वाला है।
meditate today? If not, you should.
I ought to mention, the iconoclasts are loyal folk. Treat them right, they'll do the same. Turn on them, they'll open fire without a second thought.
Damn philosophy.
Bradford.
Ain't seen you before. You from one of the outer steads or what? You poor bitch. I hear tell the dust storms get even worse out there. Welcome to the heart of Iconoclast country, brother. In charge? Huh. We're iconoclasts. Every soul a sovereign power. We do for each other on account of it needing to be done, not because some fancy-pants manager said to. Now, you want to rephrase that question, maybe ask who's respected hereabouts, I can give you a sensible answer. Every soul here knows to keep a weather eye out. Everyone's lost somebody to the wildlife. That didn't stop Miss Zora from picking a few souls and imposing a schedule. Be here then, leave there later. Downright in icon. Well, it ain't what we do. Take that on top of what happened on the northern expedition. She and Graham are exchanging harsher words than usual. When the monarchists wanted to settle down and play nice with the board, Graham was the one that took a stand. He's the reason we're here, breathing free air. Zora's our best sawbones. Nearly every soul here owes her their life. She's got funny ways, but they work. Well, sure. It's on account of how we all work. No iconoclast makes another do as they say just because. You gotta convince them. That Graham and Zora argue all the time just says the process is working. Vigorous intellectual debate. You see? Welcome to Monarch. The animals think you're tasty, the fungus thinks your lungs are a great place to plant spores. That ain't enough? Look at the sky. Olympus yanks this moon about like a drunk dancer. Storms to curl your hair and quakes to rattle your brain pan.
All I'm saying is it ain't worth it. It's gonna taste like sulfur all the same.
Nuh-uh. Taro's got that sweet blood.
So? You gotta...
Looks like I'm not the only new face around here. What do I call you, stranger? Welcome to Amber Heights, Captain. Call me Tucker. You here to join the iconoclasts? Help us free this world? I am not a little boy. Haven't been one for decades, no matter what my mama wishes. I take it she's still looking for me? Had hoped she'd accept my decision.
According to her, stepping foot outside of the house in broad daylight is too dangerous. My entire life, she crammed a fear of danger down my throat. Don't go play with friends. Mantisaurs will tear your arms off. Don't leave the city. Raptidons will spit acid on your face. Marauders can violate you. You'd fall in a sulfur pool. I stuck around way too long, ruled by her fears. I'm 42 years old, but she still sees me as a little boy in need of her protection. I won't stand for it, I tell you. Stars, I don't know. My mama's a stubborn woman. She won't quit until I'm dead. You know, that might just work. You go back and tell her you found my body beside the road, all mangled and tore up. If she believes me dead, she won't look for me no more. I hate to think of her grieving, but it'll be good for her to move on. In the long run, you know? I'm plain out of ideas then, Captain. I won't go back, and I can't think of a better way to get my mama to stop searching for me. No, that is not gonna happen. I spent too many years there smothered by my mama's fears. Now that I'm free, nothing can change my mind. Stellar Bay is not my home. Not anymore. I finally found the space to breathe, and that's here in Amber Heights. What in the nebula is wrong with you? She's an old woman. You'd threaten my flesh and blood just to get me to do what you want? You're real sick. Sure, she drives me crazy, but she doesn't deserve anyone getting violent with her. Look, I'll go back, all right? Just don't hurt her.
चलो भाई वापस तो जा रहा है.
Never seen you before. Take my advice. Move on. Get off-world if you can. If you can't, get to the bay. I've been halfway around T1. Monarch, they call it now. Been around it twice. Stood at the hot pole and the cold. Nothing on this moon for nobody. Just a lot of heartbreak. A great many things. I'll tell you what. You want to listen to an old man ramble? Might be a job in it for you. I used to run with a squad of mercenaries here. Good folk. A fella named Lamont introduced me. Thing is, I ain't seen them in an age. Stands to reason they got themselves ate. Oh, sure. I was with them when the corps were leaving Monarch. Hell of a time, that. We split ways around the time this twice-fucked moon got abandoned. Thing is, I got myself some fond memories. We had some keepsakes of ours we kept in a lockbox, and I've been thinking about seeing it found. I'll be glad for it, but I ain't stupid. This planet tends to get people killed. I just want some closure. Getting on in years, kid. Legs ain't working like they used to. Sulfur burns a little too long in the lungs. This joint's looking like my last home. Thereabouts. Appreciate it, kid. I'll mark an outpost on your map. You spend a lot of time out there. Might be a good place to start. Here's a key for the door.
All these kills recently? No good meat on any of them.
A mantiqueen.
Yeah. We felled it, mind.
ये रहा है भाई
But
ग्राम और जोरा.
we lost 2 runners and 5 gun hands.
A total failure, then. So much for the ruins.
And hell only knows where the Vanoys are. They never showed.
I'm sure they're... Ah, let's talk later. It seems we have company. A stranger comes to our home. If you're looking for a path to walk, you've found one. If you're looking for a teacher, I am one. Welcome to the Iconoclasts. Ah, yes. The first step to accepting the truths of philosophism is to open your heart to its wisdom. I've found the written word to be quite effective in helping people do that. But alas, the eternal truth hasn't been generous with the paper and ink. Now, why have you come? Awakening is available to all whose minds are ready to accept it. What would you like to know?
I would like to know what you think Bakonu meant when he wrote, "Your work is to discover the truth, and then with all your heart give yourself to it."
Ah, how refreshing to have a scholar among us. Bakonu's text simply refers to our entire purpose, assisting the universe in realizing its own truth. Let it guide us as it will.
It refers to giving oneself over to the plan. It is not some paean to an invisible creator in the sky.
Were there a truth to the grand plan in the first place, I and Bakonu might agree. But what we see as divine purpose is just one facet of the universe figuring itself out. To quote, "As a child looking at the leg of an elephant, unable to view it whole, we mistake the tiny scope of our understanding as the unfathomably large purpose of the universe."
You're not completely full of shit, I'll give you that. Even if you do twist things beyond recognition to suit your own beliefs.
Were my teachings beyond recognition, I dare say I wouldn't have a small army of followers who understand and believe.
I owe you an apology. I expected you to be a complete idiot. I'd say you're actually more in the 25% idiocy range.
Likewise. Now, I'm sorry. What was it you were asking? Ah, the eternal. We are all part of the consciousness of the cosmos. Each of us plays a tiny role in the universe's continual journey toward understanding itself. You and I, and the rats and the mantis swarms. Divinity is in us all, and the eternal is that divinity. Everyone, regardless of ability to believe, is another facet of the universe contemplating its own existence.
Ability to believe? I think you mean inability to tell fantasy from truth, which rules out any knowledgeable scientician.
Let us be clear. Neither of us can lay claim to being knowledgeable on this topic. It is a matter of belief. It is not as if OSI has gone and proven anything. Regardless, what were you saying? The point of no return. When your mind fully opens to the eternal truth. Every philosophist experiences it along the path to enlightenment. For many, it is the first brush with the cold of death, when they realize that all of their lives have boiled down into the single truth of that moment. Mine was witnessing my friend and colleague transform into the very evil we sought to combat. Now he runs MSI just like the overlords before him. Their leashes may be longer, but their collars are just as tight. Not in the sense of a single entity, fashioning the universe as a whittler fashions a flute. The universe came into being over time, organically, naturally, and without purpose. In that sense, I suppose you could say that, in the interest of finding its purpose, the universe itself created all living things.
The universe doesn't need to find its purpose. It is a mathematically perfect equation that gives mankind purpose.
That we'd consider ourselves in any way capable of understanding the universe, much less an equation that drives it, is nothing but hubris. All right. The iconoclasts are free folk. We live under our rules, motivated by our own beliefs, all petals on the same flower of enlightenment. Meanwhile, the board strangles the will of its workers. It is the penultimate exercise of a poisoned society where people are enslaved by a corporate ladder. We seek to replace their way of life with ours. Philosophism is the key to unlocking their shackles. This is not anarchy. Society requires structure, Captain. It is just that the board's structure is killing the colony. Ours will not. I'm sorry. As long as it's been, I'd still rather not speak of it. That was a painful day for us all. All people are part of the philosophist family. I've come to accept that, along with the additional weight of their deaths. Why have you come? All right. Why have you come? A great many things, in fact.
We could always use a hand rounding up supplies.
Or... Now here's an idea. There's an old printing press I've been trying to get up and running. I have always dreamed of subverting the colony's periodicals and turning the board's own propaganda against them. If I could get my message directly in the hands of Byzantium citizens, I'm sure they'd recognize the truth. Will you aid us in our cause? Wonderful. I requisitioned replacement rollers for it some time ago. Huxley should have delivered them yesterday. Speaking of which, where is Huxley?
You bought rollers? You haven't even cleared the wraps out yet. What are you doing wasting bits on... Forget it. Huxley's still recovering. She won't be up for a run for a while yet.
It seems we're out a runner. If you intend to help our cause, I'll ask you to meet our MSI supplier in her stead.
So you're her mysterious savior. She sings your praises.
That girl and her songs, so eager to learn, so bright-eyed, so tone-deaf. One of our sympathizers. A woman named Carlotta periodically buys goods on our behalf from Stellar Bay's store. Stellar Bay has caught on, but they remain friendly, though the goods now come at a considerable markup. She meets us in the ruins of Bayside Terrace. From our compound, follow the road north. Wonderful. While you're at it, I wonder if Carlotta still has those high-capacity cartridges? Grab a few, will you? There should be some funds left over from the last shipment. We can use them to copy and modify radio serials. Yes, not just magazines, but their precious dramas.
Unbelievable. I hope I don't have to tell you this, but if there is extra money, would you mind buying, I don't know, food and medicine? Graham, if you need me, I'll be in triage. What? Sorry. Long day.
It ain't right. How many good folk we gonna lose to our missions? Damned philosophists.
The folks. South here, off the road and down this slope. We've got a decent trek ahead of us.
वो क्या है मक्खियाँ
Here they come.
हाँ ये ब्रिज टूटा हुआ है मुझे यहाँ से जाना पड़ेगा
I'd stake my reputation on this being an ambush.
I come.
ये कौन सी जगह है भाई फॉल ब्रुक अच्छा यहाँ पे भी तो आना था यहाँ पे कोई मिशन था ये नहीं ये
Trouble checking in? Or you might need directions to the amenities? If you're locked out of your cabin, a replacement key costs 50 bits. Guess it's true. Fallbrook really is the best kept secret in all of Monarch, excepting the Borst Factory's secret ingredient. We're a leisurely stopover for the more adventurous spacefaring traveler. Understand? Man, oh man, it has been a blue moon since I had to break out the Hookem-spiel. Allow me to paint a picture in your mind. A parcel of pure paradise nestled beneath a waterfall within a mountain. We've got activities of leisure. We got proclivities for vice. We got booze and bets and non-communal beds. Sublight owned and run, so you know you're safe while you're breaking the laws. Check in at the saloon to start spending your bits now. I am here to anticipate and facilitate your needs, patron. No reservation, no problem. Day trippers are always welcome in our saloon. Straight back and to the right. If you hit the falls, you've gone too far. Check in with Ms. Malin. She'll set you straight. looking for Ms. Malin. On an errand for the boss lady? That sounds ominous. Yeah. Ms. Malin won't like that a whit. She's not but just down the way. A 10 to 1 says she's either pouring drinks or skinning a sprat in the saloon. Word to the wise, Ms. Malin don't take kindly to interlopers. When I said sprat, I didn't mean the sort with whiskers and a tail.
Keep your wits about you. This is sublight territory.
Fallbrook's free. Anything you want, they've got it. So long as you've got the bits.
Take a gander at that mug. I ain't ever seen someone so adept looking my whole life.
Watch yourself, Captain. This guy's got eyes like a sprat set on stealing your dinner.
Oh, now, come on. All I mean is, well, rather that, you don't seem like the usual pigeons we plug. No offense, of course, if you are a Byzantium Goldblood. Say, I'd like to do you a favor. Might I interest you in a surefire scheme? Wink, wink. Don't believe I did. No? Wink. Pure and simple, it's like this. I run our drug delivery service. Recently, I had the genius idea to cut costs in half by swapping our autoloaders with faster, cheaper sprats. See? I know a fellow genius when I clap eyes on him. Too right you are. Only problem is my sprat carriers ain't arrived from their latest run. As I was saying, you look more capable than most of the hoople heads around these parts. What say you locate him and retrieve the goods for me? In return, I'll cut you 5% of the profit. Hit me. I won't even hit back. Officially, I keep the books for Miss Malin, provide loans to the Byzantium Goldbloods for gaming, and oversee our drug running operations.
Gaming?
Speaking of, might I interest you in a purchase? I'll give you a first-time discount. That's 5% off and a free drink at the ante up. You're welcome. A shrewd decision. Here's your starter pack and your drink voucher. I run my sprat carriers back and forth through the shipping tunnels near the waterfall. Ought to check there first. Good luck. And don't get any ideas about pilfering the drugs for yourself. Hit me.
Hit me, I won't hit. I won't even hit back. ये करके देखूंगा एक बार पंच इन दी आई वाला. पर पहले ये पूछ लेता हूँ.
Wow. You're either an extremely important person or slated for a slow and torturous death. I do hope it's the former. Either way, you'll find Miss Catherine Malin straight back in Malin's House of Hospitality. Ow! What was that for? You're nuttier than Miss Malin. Cripes. Remind me never to cross you. Though, you put that mean right hook to good use getting my drugs, and I'll be more than happy. Right. Now, like I said, me being a generous man, I'm willing to offer you a cut of the profit. I run my sprat carriers back and forth through the Good luck. Was that sarcasm? I'm going to assume it was not. If it's sarcasm, you've got to show it somehow, like, with a wink. My sprat carriers scurry back and forth through the shipping tunnels. Any trail ought to start there. When you've got the goods, I'll be here.
अरे भाई ये तो सिटी सी है पूरी.
No. But thank you. I'm quite alright as I am. Oh, you're still here. I said I don't require anything at this time. Run along now. I've had more than enough to satisfy my thirst for one evening. Deal? A rather bad one indeed. The fella swore Fallbrook was unrivaled in its leisurely pursuits. But it seems to me the whole town is designed primarily to leech one's bits. And now that I've run dry, or nearly so, the fellas have abandoned me back to Byzantium. You wouldn't leave a friend in need, I'm sure. Don't suppose I could just ask you to scram. Can't fathom why you'd go searching her out. But it's your neck on the noose. I was told she runs the saloon.
You seen Arthur today?
Nah, last time I saw him, stars, I can't remember. Days.
You don't think he got crushed during the bridge collapse?
It was his team running that drop? Really puts things into perspective.
Welcome to the offices of the Greater Halcyon Insurance Group, Halcyon's premier provider of life and disaster-related insurance. I'm obligated to inform you that our coverage does not extend to incidents deemed to result from negligence, criminal activity, or dullness of mind. Some people, but no one in this office, I assure you, might call it stupidity.
Obviously too common an ailment for insurance to cover.
So, what kind of insurance package can I interest you in? We're running a special on dismemberment policies. Buy one, get one half off. We're not on Monarch. For all practical and tax-related purposes, this office is an official enclave of Byzantium. Legally speaking, corporations are not allowed to operate on Monarch, but financially speaking, there are certain costs to running a business from within Byzantium's walls. So while our official address is in the city, and while our office here is technically an extension of that address, we found it more expedient to conduct our key operations here. So we can... what's the phrase? Pass savings to the consumer, of course. We prefer to think of it as chasing the savings. Turns out that not having to pay kickbacks, fines, and rent in the most expensive city in Halcyon improves our liquidity. Plus, Sublight keeps this place running remarkably well, and they sure drive business our direction. Plenty. As my boss likes to say, there's a policy for every situation and an exclusion for every policy. We've insured unusually expressive eyebrows, outrageous statements, disastrous marriages. Usually character actors, or corporate execs with menacing stares. That policy is almost exclusively for our corporate clientele. In the unlikely event they make a claim about a product that turns out to be less than accurate, they need some kind of protection against the damage to their sales and reputation. Those are mostly for top-rungers in Byzantium who have a lot of social and financial capital wrapped up in their marriage contracts. There's one for your beloved eloping with your sibling, your beloved eloping with their sibling, scandalous rumors forcing you apart, the revelation of a secret love child. We try to cover every possible hazard to domestic bliss. One thing's for sure, you won't find better policy protection against sudden lunar implosions anywhere in Halcyon.
इंश्योरेंस ऑफिस की
Hungry? I'm famished myself. No rubbernecking. Make a buy or move on.
ओ ये बात नहीं करेगा भाई, ये सीधा ट्रेड करेगा.
You shopping for pre-owned or new? If you bloody it, you buy it. Store policy. Town sublight owned and run. Caters to a variety of clientele. The one you want to avoid pissing off the most is Catherine. Prove bad for her business, and she'll kneecap you without a second thought. Yeah, and? Do I look like the city planner? I wasn't exactly consulted on the blueprints when Catherine started building out Fallbrook. But now that you mention it, I reckon she had her reasons to hide us. We got smugglers, outlaws, mavericks, and Byzantium socialites flying in and out of Fallbrook all the time. Why openly spit in the board's eye? They're so self-important the way they strut around, preening and flashing their pricey gadgets. Makes for easy marks. Keeps our pockets lined with bits.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Can you not see I'm walking here? Physically, you mean? In my mind, I have traveled galaxies. Well, it is of no consequence, I assure you. I shall embark shortly with my legs. I'm not entirely decided. If I'm being honest, I think I'd fancy a visit to Tartarus, so long as it's under the shield of my fantastical imagination.
patience is a virtue. Or so I've been told.
Hey, Cass. Knock, knock.
You don't look like a smuggler nor a dandy. Catherine sends you back here? On second thought, it's best if I don't know. What's your order?
This is the ante-up, all right, but we don't serve drinks. Hate to break it to you, but Nelson Mason's a con man.
Try Yvonne upstairs if you're looking for a swill.
No, I don't have any...
If it's only a drink you're after, the full bar's upstairs. This here's the ante-up, where you place your bets. Tossball, autoloader races, card games, you name it. I ain't picky. And neither is Catherine. We'll both break your legs if you lose, then shirk on paying.
Uh-huh. You blind, fella? Or can you not see I'm busy? Why is it every sissy pig fucker who strolls into my town expects me to smile and shout awful friendly? Welcome to Fallbrook. Only nugget of paradise in this entire law-forsaken land. Like a void damn advert.
Sorry to trouble you, Ms. Malin. I understand you're a terribly important figure in these parts. Perhaps you could point me to a man by the name of Reginald Cheney.
That sprat shit better not have brought trouble into my town. He's a long-term renter. Easily replaceable. Check his domicile. Whatever happens, I don't fucking care. Just keep the mess from staining my little nugget of paradise, and we'll be grand. You know, I ain't heard that one before. Suppose I'll have to work harder to show you just what makes our town shine. But first, I'll need to know what brings you, stranger. Well? I'm half listening. Good of you to finally haul your ass over here. I wired for backup weeks ago. Got something that's gonna require special extraction from Cascadia. So you got a brain on them shoulders. Excellent. Makes my life a world easier. To extract the gas, you'll need to siphon it from the lab in Cascadia into one of your ship's fuel tanks. Totally safe. Do I look like one of them egghead science types? All I know is that labs use it to create plants and livestock out of local species. But it's a controlled commodity, available only to the board, so it is of high value on the dark market. Meaning safe for me and my crew, seeing as it ain't us undertaking the risk. I do like your gumption, but let's not be hasty. To get to the gas, you'll need to navigate through the town, which is overrun by marauders. The lab itself has become an infested nest, crawling with mantis. You gotta fight through or figure out some other way to exterminate them. Maybe the ventilation system?
And will again. We ought to be taking any opportunity we get to bury those critters in lead.
Direct and aggressive. I always did like your sensibilities. You know when to strike and when to wait. Shame what came of your crew.
Crews are for ships. They were a family.
Close enough. Now, after you clear the manti nest and reach the storage room, all that's left is to get the gas flowing into the fuel system. The task will require someone with technical skills. Or you could force it through with a plasma overload. Don't recommend that option, though, unless you want to get dead.
Well, I haven't seen the system, but I feel confident saying I can split her asunder.
I'll just bet you can. Men of the cloth never do cease to amaze me. Bright as a newborn star on the outside, blackest of holes within. Once you've got our goods, take them to the groundbreaker. Lilia's fencers ought to handle the rest of it. I've marked the coordinates for you to the lab in Cascadia. Use the passcode Antediluvian on the terminal to get in. But before you make your run, I could use a heavy helping hand regarding a local issue. For a fine fee, of course. Good. This particular matter of opportunity has been eating at me for a while now. There's a Borst factory on up the way, run by a man who calls himself the King. Clive Lundberg, insufferable prick. That aside, it's a business ripe for the plucking. I want it. Clear as that. Stars, I hope so. Clive Lundberg, the self-proclaimed Borst King of Monarch, is swimming in profit and drowning in his ego. He's making the only meal to be had this side of Monarch, and I'm tired of ponying up for my dinner. I want that Borst factory, owner dead or alive. And you're the soon-to-be handsomely paid son of a bitch who's gonna get it for me. If you got brass knockers, you could shoot your way through the front gate. If you don't fancy getting shot to shit, you can try asking Duncan for a disguise. Might be another way in, assuming you're courageous enough to trek the sewers. Void if I know. Hit him where it hurts. In his gut or his production lines ought to make do. Then I'd say you might care to poison the cysty pigs, doctor a few financial records, or throw a wrench in the canning machinery. It'll be more than good when you're finished. Maybe not for Clive, but for me and you, I'm sure. Oh, and if you don't fancy going in guns blazing or crawling through a sewer pipe, see Duncan in the dry goods and sundry building. He ought to have an employee ID in that stash of illicit goods he keeps for select clientele. May luck be with you, since I won't be. Sure. Might be I know something about it. Might be someone hired my crew to blind drop supplies on the northern bridge. Might be they sure as shit weren't pirates. Now that I consider it, I ain't heard from my delivery team in far too long. Find them for me, and I'll pay you handsomely. If I could, I would have. It's my crew whose lives are on the line. Them dying's just bad business. What about it, aside from the fact that I can smell it all the way from here? You mean you can't just follow the stench trail or the squealing bloody murder sounds of little sissy piggies? Once you're clear of the bridge, follow the river southwest. Sure. I take it you don't have a reservation. No matter, I keep a suite of VIP rooms for visitors of your, let's call it a certain means. The VIP rooms charge by the night, but for you, I'll make it a one-time fee. Got a feeling you'll make me a fine investment. Marvelous. Do take care of the place. Maid service won't clean after a murder.
रूम मिल गया ना मुझे, यही है क्या रूम?
Folks I never met before are my most favorite kind. So, what's your story? Let me just stop you right there, stranger. My question, it's not one I really want an answer to. Not unless it accompanies some extra bits. Understand? More than you can afford at this time. Your eyes do not deceive you. This bar serves the sweetest firewater in all of Fallbrook. I got some snacks on offer too from time to time. If you're asking if it's Sublight owned, then yes. If you're asking if we give discounts to Sublight employees, then the answer is not only no, but doubly no. Ms. Malin built the bar, the saloon, and the town to boot. If you got business with Sublight, I suggest you follow up with her. Bagged another one, did he? The anti-up's downstairs, and they don't serve drinks. Here, have a pity swill, on me.
किसी
Remind me never to get on Ms. Malin's
डंकन था ना वो, ये तो नहीं है डंकन, यही है भाई, इससे कुछ लेना
I
था
test
मुझे।
every product myself to assure max. No rubbernecking. Not so fast. The biometric IDs are special goods, only on offer to special clients. You cotton? What do you know? You're on it. My mistake, customer. Give me a jiffy to break. I mean, calibrate the ID. This goes like that. Nope, not quite right. A bit to the left, mayhaps. That'll do it. For a CMP factory line worker, she sure is a beauty. Careful. I'm trusting you to guard this specialty good with your life. I mean it. Lose the ID and you don't get another. Also, you'll be off my list of unwholesome customers. Will that be all, or do you require something to say, scratch your itch?
Always imagined Fallbrook would be cleaner, fancier, stocked with better booze.
Cheaper. I've emptied 14 bit carts in the last 2 hours.
That's because you've got a terrible cold. Whenever you're lying, your right eye twitches like mad.
It most certainly does not.
I wouldn't steer you wrong, friend. See? There it goes again.
feeling like the civilized type, the waterfall's a good spot to wash your clothes.
बहुत सारे मिशन मिल गए हैं भाई मुझे, तसल्ली से करने पड़ेंगे।
You seen Arthur today?
This is Reginald's stuff, all right, but it looks like he's not home. Let's search the room. Try to figure out where he's gone.
He got crushed during the bridge collapse.
It was his team running that drop? Sure puts things into perspective.
Sounds like Cheney's gone gold panning down on the river. I guess even scholars need to find ways to make ends meet in exile.
They'll never see us.
भाई यहाँ से तो रास्ता है ही नहीं। ये बंद है गुफा।
What do you want? Oh, hey, Vicar Max. What are you doing on Monarch? I thought scienticians ain't welcome here.
Haven't you heard? Everyone's welcome here. It's a fucking worker's paradise. But you wouldn't know anything about that, would you? Never worked a day in your miserable life. You're just a parasite, living off my goodwill. Well, guess what? My goodwill's exhausted, along with my temper. This is the guy who told me about the book while we were in prison. I lied about finding a scholar. But I don't care about any of that anymore. I just want to inflict massive amounts of pain on this guy.
Wait! I know who can translate the book for you.
It's too late for that. I threw away my life chasing fairy tales. Will punishing you fix any of that? Of course not. But by law, It will make me feel a whole lot better. Forget it. This wretch will say anything to save his worthless life.
Wait, stop! Please, just listen to me. It was stolen from some sort of expert on philosophism. Weird hermit lady on Scylla. My father used to deliver supplies to the mining outpost there.
I don't think so. Fine. We've got more important things to do anyway.
सीला सीला तो दूसरा प्लेनेट है, बाद में जाएंगे वहाँ पे।
Can we talk? I want to thank you for talking some sense into me back there with Cheney. It has been a long time since I gave in to my violent enthusiasm. You're right. I owe you an apology. I've been so obsessed for so long, I couldn't see anything else. You offered me a place on your crew, friendship, and I used you to get to Cheney. And even then, you saved me from myself. I don't know if I could live with myself had I gone through with it. You owe me nothing, I know, but I'm begging your forgiveness. Thank you. I promise I'll be nothing but truthful from this point forward. Oh, exactly as you'd imagine. Can't say I enjoyed the stint. It did provide me with plenty of time to think. The way I see it, the universe was snapping me back to where I needed to be. You stray too far from the course of your destiny, the world will try to correct for it.
Remember, sublight is... I am here to...
वही सही जा रहा हूँ ना।
We've got a
क्या
fight
कर
on
रहा
our
है
hands.
Look northwest. That ain't it, but marauders sometimes camp inside the buildings there. Steer clear unless you fancy getting shot. Westbound still. I'll let you know when we can start
May the law have mercy on you. I won't.
सारे दरवाजे तो बंद हैं यहाँ पे।
Here they come. Incoming here.
I call this rotting river, on account of all the dead things I've thrown. The caves back east are safest. We can head up this path if you want to shoot your way through. Few nightmares on the way up.
तो इस गेम में रात जब होती है ना दिखता नहीं कुछ।
Raps. Let's clear this sulfur sun's fucks out so Hayes can rest in peace. Here they
To shred? I smite you in the name of the law. Nice one, Captain.
Everyone all right? Hayes was the best self-sacrificing son of a saint I ever met. Halcyon is worse off without him. Now, if we're gonna lure the Manta Queen out, we'll need to find Rebecca and Anders. They took a UDL contract on Terra 2. We never heard from them again. Think it's time I call in a favor with Hiram. If anyone can track them down, it's him. I don't know much about it. It paid well, so they took it. They said they'd be back in a couple of weeks, and that maybe we could all use the money to get off Monarch. That was a long time ago. I should have. I really should have. But soon after they left, Hayes and the others died. And to be honest, after him, I stopped trying. Because it hurt like hell to do so. Thanks. I'm still not convinced I won't come to regret it, but we've started down this path. Might as well see it through. Maybe it'll stop me screaming at night. Now come on,
Let's make tracks before Hiram dies of old age.
Hiram.
Incoming.
Look up. That makeshift bridge, we gotta cross it. First we go under, then hook around to the left, then up and over.
अरे भाई बैग भर गया क्या? चलो भाई हटाने पड़ेंगे सामान. असोल्ट राइफल अल्ट्रा. ओह तो ये लगा लेता हूँ ना इसको हटा के.
Tunnel here. Ah, shit. That's a big one. We can tiptoe. The hell? Look up. What's he doing up there?
Still help here so we both don't die? We got trouble.
अबे दोनों मर गए।
Over here! That assist was a violation of corporate law if I ever saw one. Since it was to my benefit, and we're largely in lawless lands, I'll look the other way. C3 owes you one, stranger.
Awfully sensible for a businessman, aren't you?
It's what I'm known for. Or what I'm usually known for, the occasional mishap notwithstanding. You haven't seen Constance, have you? Ah, there's her torso. And that'll be her legs over yonder, never mind. I'm Bertold.
What in the void are you thinking, creeping around a mannequin like that?
At the time, I was thinking, please don't see me, oh law, I don't want to die, nah nah nah. Now I'm thinking it was stupid to come in here. Killing marauders and hooligans, as I am handsomely paid to do. Of course, as me and Constance discovered, they ain't the only forms of life inhabiting these caverns. I owe you a debt for saving my neck, stranger, and I mean to pay it. There's a station up the way. It's where my C3s are posted. We can talk more there where it's safe. I'll be on my way, once I've gathered up Constance's parts.
इसका बंदा हरमिन भी यहीं पे ही है क्या? हरमिन हिराम, आस्क हिराम, वही है। अबे यहाँ आएगा रास्ता।
And here we are. Told you we'd make it in one piece. Station ain't too far now.
Hey, you! Get over here! There are marauders up ahead!
Oh no. How the hell did marauders navigate the caverns?
This station's under the protection of the corporate compliance crew. You a marauder? 'Cause me and my sunshine, that's my gun if you were wondering, we don't take kindly to marauders. A coherent enough response, I reckon. Must be true. You're clear, but I would caution you against pressing on ahead. This station's plumb crawling with marauders, you know. Me and Sunshine are doing exactly what we've been tasked with, and that's guarding these big old Devil's Peak horns. There is nothing I'd enjoy more, but the C3s play it by the book. Usually. Go petition the boss man. Maybe you can convince him to alter my duties. You ought to talk to my crew. They're guarding a small barracks to the southeast, by the edge of the mountain. See that path that runs underneath that giant archway? Follow it on down. There's a little station near the cliff. You'll find the rest of my crew there.
भाई इनको मार नहीं सकता क्या?
Never anger a man of the cloth.
ओ भाई असॉल्ट राइफल सही है, बढ़िया डैमेज दे रही है। वे कौन पड़ा हुआ है? विकर पड़ा हुआ है।
Everyone all right? You may not realize this being as you're an outsider, but the blaring alarms indicate the station's on lockdown. Which means you hide it.
Can't prove me about that.
मैं यहीं से आया था ना।
Here's the elevator, but
Field.
ain't gonna budge while this place is on lockdown. Guess we keep moving forward. Look for another way up.
भाई फिर से भारी हो गया।
You out there, whoever you are, yes, I can see you. Come here and talk to me, face to intercom. I can't tell if you're brave or simply touched in the head. What in the galaxy are you doing sniffing around my station? Unless you are, in fact, trying to suicide by Marauder? And you, Nyoka, what are you doing lugging a stranger into my station?
You could use the socialization, you son of a bitch. Also, he hired me.
To what purpose? I happen to have some significant problems I am dealing with right now. Marauders, running out of purple-berry wine 3 days ago, not being able to bloody broadcast. No, no, no. We'll deal with information-related business later. As I said, there are bigger problems threatening my life and livelihood at this very moment. The Marauders want me dead. And since my hired hands have clearly turned idle, it appears I need you to clear out the threat. As my newest contractor, you may call me the Broker.
Or we can call you Hiram, on account of that's your damn name, and doubly on the account of the Broker being a dumbass alternative.
What? Everyone calls me that. Aside from you. You're here, and you're armed, aren't you? The feed's gone grainy, but it looks like you're packing deadly force. I know Nyoka is, for sure. I barricaded the broadcast center, but I can only hold out for so long. Clear the Marauders out, and I'll pay you double the going rate. They destroy the transmission equipment, and I'll be out of business. The elevator and
Marauders को
doors
मार
to
नहीं
the
दिया था
second
मैंने.
floor are back online. Hurry before I have to lock them down again. Too many, considering I hired a bunch of no-good mercs to keep them out in the first place. Already, they've caused considerable damage to the station's property. If they take down the broadcast equipment, I'll be out of a job, permanently. Aside from the bits I'll be paying you, you said you wanted something from me, something information-related. I'll give it to you, in person, once I'm safe.
ये ऊपर जाने के लिए दिखा रहा है.
Hey, elevators to your right. Get ready.
Huh? You hiding? Trouble incoming, Captain.
मर गए ना जा रहे.
Never thought I'd be ecstatic at having the walls painted in blood, but seeing as it's not mine, I'd say this calls for a celebration. My compliments on your improvised utilization of the fire suppressant system. I would expect nothing less from one of Nyoka's associates.
As usual, I'll take that as a compliment.
Of course. This ought to square our debt. One
अरे भाई
hefty payment for a
2500
highly valued service rendered. But I admit, I do wonder why Nyoka has brought you to me. Allow me to pose my question in another manner. Why, in the nebula, are you here? That is the primary goal behind locking myself high in a tower. Some folks don't look kindly on me being a purveyor of delicate information. Phineas must have sent you. He's the only one insane enough to send someone to Monarch to rush me. I knew it was only a matter of time before he came a-knocking. Look, I might be late, but I fulfill my contracts, always.
Oh, you do you? I have lost track of the number of beers you owe me for chasing raptidons off your stoop.
You said that in a way that was almost believable.
I take offense to that. Look, okay. Just, it might take me a while this time. I am awaiting but a single incoming transmission containing the information we desire. But MSI and the Iconoclasts are clogging the airwaves from Stellar Bay and Amber Heights. In their war against each other, they're scrambling each other's outgoing transmissions. The bandwidth! There's too much blasted background noise. Nothing gets through but their local broadcasts. Which of course has inadvertently affected the incoming port and my livelihood. Graham and his iconoclasts believe anarchy is the way of life. Sanjar opposes it, as he's taking strides to corporatize Stellar Bay. No, they're jamming the limited frequencies we have at our disposal. Nothing extraplanetary can get in or out until the frequency pollution thins out. The safest bet is to convince Graham and Sanjar to stop transmitting on their end. You do that, I'll be here, waiting on the receiving end. Luck be with you. I have a feeling you'll be needing a pinch of it, plus a vat of patience. Is that a trick question? Because to answer it, you'd need to pay me. Of course, I could offer you a vastly more interesting bit of data instead. Try me. Ask me anything you'd like. I'll even offer it for free. We'll call it an exchange for your help with the broadcasts. Ask me what you will. There are so many members. Do specify. If you try to cite me on this, I will deny. Do you understand? What I am about to reveal is the sort of information that gets a body disappeared. MSI's ownership of Monarch is technically legal, but it would give MSI too much power on the board to grant them such status. Exactly. But you didn't hear so much as a whisper of such from me. Luckily for you. They are a curious lot. Insufferable. And short-sighted, too. What else do you wish to know? You mean between MSI, the Iconoclasts, and myself? I bet neither of those megalomaniacs told you I was the true mastermind behind Monarch. Back when the colony was still Terra 1 and corporations were abandoning us left and right, I'm the one who approached Sanjar and Graham with the means to our salvation. I offered them a legal way to take control of the planet. If MSI were the only corporation here, they could claim sole ownership. Precisely. Without me, they never would have done more than play Revolution in hushed whispers over scuzzy kale ales in the tavern. Thus, the bargain was struck. They could run MSI while I would operate Devil's Peak Station. Unfortunately, relations have soured over time. Competing ideologies. Graham believes Sanjar has become corrupted by the corporate lifestyle, that he is now similar to the original corporate executives they sought to reform. And Sanjar has learned the hard way that Graham is quite morally gray. Some say Graham suffers from nightmares that leave him sweat-drenched and screaming. I would assume it stems from the friends and family he lost in Amber Heights all those years ago. Sanjar's not actually at fault for his past performance reviews, but he can keep hunting for loopholes to get back on the board for the next century. He'll never be reinstated. Not in his lifetime. For Nebula's sake, even with the loophole I gave him, he's only in charge of MSI because every other exec died during the massacre at Amber Heights. I gave Sanjar and Graham legal information that would allow MSI to own Terra 1 once the other corporations had abandoned the planet. The execs had their concerns, but before the matter could be resolved, pirates raided their homes in the night. Luckily, not much, admittedly. Phineas has been in hiding for the past 35 years. He got in touch with Nyoka first, who I use as a physical go-between. The rest is history. As far as what's between us, I mean. Outside of that, well, that's a raptidon of another color. I do know this much. There is a sharper side to the good scientist than you'd expect. If allegations are to be believed, the experiments he conducts for the greater good are in fact treasonous and for self-gain. I am not convinced as to the validity of these allegations, considering the source, but I am also not unconvinced either. Luckily for... What? No. Why would I go out of my way to intercept messages from Earth? There's no market for them. No buyer means it's not worth my time. Now, if you wanted me to intercept a certain one, that might be worth it for the right price. How low you seemingly regard my trade. I may have... How low... Oh, great. I love doing pro bono work for friends.
Aw, you called us friends. I'd normally entertain your self-aggrandizing delusions, but this time it's important.
Important to you is not the same as important to me. Although I do recognize that you may have earned some goodwill during your months laboring for me. Tug on my heartstrings, why don't you? Look, I'll do what I can, all right?
Rebecca Hodges and Anders Wadsworth. They took a UDL contract back when Monarch went to shit, and I need to find them. I believe them to be on Terra 2.
If UDL hired 2 hunters back then, it would have been for creature clearing purposes, round 1 of their Spacer's Choice outposts. These are the coordinates for the outpost under the last UDL contract. Now scram. And, good luck. Nyoka, pick me up some Stimulotion and a bottle of purple berry wine when you're next in Stellar Bay.
चलो भाई, यहाँ से नेक्स्ट स्ट्रीम में कंटिन्यू करते हैं अब. बहुत मिशंस कर लिया आज. ठीक है, सेव कर लेता हूँ. सेव हो गया. इसी बात पे मिलते हैं नेक्स्ट स्ट्रीम में। थैंक यू फॉर वॉचिंग। टाटा बाय बाय।